just, you know, he just got a house and married a kid all in the same year. So, you know, I don't know how he's doing, but to me, that just doesn't sound financially stable. So, but I don't know. I don't talk to him.
How many rounds did they say we were doing?
7.
Oh, she said like 60. I know, it's going to be a long one. It's alright, honestly, I mean, we're in round 3, it's already like 12:30. It shouldn't be fast. Good luck. Oh, they said we're good? Yeah, we're good. You said give us a minute. It's been 15. Let me check with them. How I hate feeling good. Good.
I said, I'll do what I can. Getting lucky.
Show you.
Okay. There we go. Just had to get something set up. So now one second. Okay. So this actually seems to be Film Kid playing up the Nami to drop the Brook. Okay. And sorry, I'm a little behind, just trying to do the stream on the fly while we go here. But Branu actually got donned up to swing for neutral, followed by a neutral Rob Lucci swing into the playing of a 3-drop blocker before passing the turn. We get the Nami swinging at the Branu just to get it off the board. And like I said, after this round, when we have the lunch break, I'm going to get rid of some of this glare, trying to move into a better position. If you YouTube at UniXTCG, it will be there. Yeah. And we get another swing with the Brook, dropping Rob Lucci actually to 3 life. You guys should already know that when it comes to Kid, that 1 life threshold is almost death if you don't have a blocker. that one life threshold is almost death if you don't have a blocker. Alright, so we're getting a Sakazuki to remove one of the threats off the board. Trashing what looks to be Impact Wave, actually. And then a pass after the Rob Lucci swing. So it comes back to the kid player's turn. Measuring up his Dawn before swinging in neutral with using Nami's effect to turn to the side in order to search the top. Finding what looks to be a little glare on that one. Is that a Zoro? Before swinging neutral with kid. We get the counter of Brenu to keep the life up. Like I said, this is a very dangerous position for any player outside of Kid to be in. Just one life puts you in a lot of positions to get alpha'd immediately the moment your blocker's not online. And like I said, everybody, just give it a little bit. We are working with the, I'm trying to do my best to make sure that this music and everything is set up. So it's going to be a lot sharper going into next round. Decided to spend the first 2 rounds trying to make sure the stream was functioning, and then we're going to move forward from there. We got a Kobe coming out of hand to stop the Brook attack. And we got a full tap to put out Luffy and a Zoro. This is what film is supposed to do. Flood the board and then have you just pretty much crumble underneath the force of its sheer bodies. Normally the issue is that it has a harder time maintaining the hand, but in this particular case, I don't think Rob Lucci has put on enough pressure to attack that hand. Because normally the film deck has that problem where it gets low on hand, can't counter as well. But this is a abnormal case. The film kid has hand control or hand advantage, board advantage, and the life advantage. So this is a very scary place for Lucci to be, especially seeing that black in general doesn't necessarily keep a great hand. Just to start tearing apart this board, he's going to need to start expending some of it. So donning up 3 on Lucci and then swinging to get rid of the Nami, making sure that that advantage train cannot keep going. Following by the Sakazuki on Brook. And we've got a block off of the Luffy to protect the Brook. And then another discard to make sure we keep that field up. Now this is where the Lucci player is actually trying to turn the momentum around. We got the blue node coming down with a Dawn under it, ready to recycle something in grave. Before passing his turn back to the kid player. Still not out of the woods yet from Lucci. Lucci has 2 life, so they're not within alpha range, but they've also got 2 blockers up. And whereas the film kid deck does amass more bodies, it does not necessarily maintain the same ability to tap everything down. You have to give up some of those slots to make the shell for this. this next turn or two is going to be pivotal. You're just getting a swing with Brook. It's not donned up, so I'm assuming that has to be going for the leader. And he opts to take it. I wish I could see the hand simply because taking that, it shows like that he's fishing. We're dropping Caulifla, which is great right there. We stop the Zoro's big attack. Caulifla drops in order to be able to be recycled with Bueno if they want to. And this is going to be very, very nice. Kid going up to 6 power or 6k power and then swinging to fish a 2k, followed by the Luffy actually swinging with its base 7k body. This is going to be, he is really trying to push these blockers out of the way. Now that he's at 1 life, I do believe that the Kid player smells the blood in the water and he wants to capitalize. He is literally just 1 turn away from winning if that blocker is not there. So he's really going to try to push the gas right here. Also at a full 5 life, he is feeling very, very safe. He has a fairly stacked hand. Sorry, a full 4 life. He has a fairly stacked hand and 4 life. His opponent has to connect 5 times to kill him. So if anything, this is kind of the turn for him to just be comfortable in his skin and attempt to secure game next turn, especially in a best of 1 format. So untapping all of his Dawn. The Lucci player definitely has to attempt to, it's not even just about breaking this board. This is very, very scary because that blocker, if there are any green effects that can just take it out, then we are in a position where this is going to be very dangerous. So we are donning up, I believe. Oh, okay. Donning up to swing on the Bartolomeo. Yeah, this is going to be a very tense turn. I don't want to say that I see like the winner or the clear winner, but Rob Lucci has 2 main objectives to survive. He has to break the board, and on top of breaking the board, he has to keep up a blocker. He's only got 1 life. Kid can swing twice. That blocker, Luffy, if it survives, is going to be able to swing. And there's a full board here. So sitting here with a... Ooh. Okay, new development. The Punk Gibson came down, stopping the blocker from being untapped. At this point, I do dare say that this is likely to be game. Yep. So we're going to combo with the Luffy, dropping the Bartolomeo to keep it alive. Lucci has not been able to use an effect, but we do see a Borsalino come down. This would have been an excellent turn had that Punk Gibson not come down because he would have had 2 blockers as well as the ability to pick at the board. But now going to this turn, his opponent is staying with a Brook, staying with a Zoro, and the 7 drop, well, 7k blocker, as well as Kid being able to do his thing. So this is going to be a very strong turn. Not willing to risk his Borsalino yet. He's taking the damage, which is scary for me. Alright, impact wave getting rid of the Zoro off of the trigger, but I do not believe that's enough. He has 1 blocker up, a little bit of a grip. But his opponent also has a lot of Dawn active. 7 going in is going to be able to pluck probably 2 cards out of his hand. Even if he blocks the Borsalino, at best, he'll take 1 card of his hand. And he also knows that he can't do it. So there goes the fist bump. Good games, guys. But that is the end of the game. You kind of saw the momentum shift from the Kid player into the Lucci player. And that is Murder, She Wrote. So... thank you guys for watching this one. I am going to make sure that the next one is even better. I'm just going to fix a couple things with the glare and whatnot, and then we will be back with you guys in round 4. I'm going to actually see if I can bring somebody over here real quick, okay? Let's see how you guys would feel about a little bit of an interview. Actually, I would probably need to add the microphone. So here's what we're gonna do here. Audio input capture, existing. Cool. So you guys should be able to hear us right now, and we are on. Just trying to get a lot of testing at one time. So, yep, that's the man, the myth, the legend himself. So right now we've got the kid player. If you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ryan Barry, and so far undefeated.
So, you guys should be able to hear. Okay, you can definitely hear that. So far undefeated. You saw him. He was playing Film Kid. Sorry for this one. Like I said, the setup is very on the fly, so I don't have quite all of my equipment here. However, you guys just saw Film Kid showing out against Lucci. We've kind of seen Film Kid before, but it was kind of interesting because normally what I got from it was like it destroys, like it puts so many bodies on the board, but sometimes if you pressure its counter power, it can run a little low on hand, and that's the places where you can kind of crack it, especially if the Luffy blocker is not there yet. But we just saw like a commanding waltz of aggression from the kid player, and it just like I don't think it was surmountable by black. Like, and it was very interesting because normally black into green has a fairly decent matchup because you can pop most of their threats before they can start working. But how did you feel about that one?
Yeah, I was pretty worried when I turned around and searched the Basil, and then at 5 Dawn or 7 Dawn, he just pops it before it gets a chance to swing, which is can be a little rough if I wasn't going to continue to draw threats. But he wasn't able to play the Sakazuki and keep up enough counter or enough Dawn to actually threaten the Nami. So I kept getting to gain some resources off of that. And when black is having to discard and not hitting, their air doors and their Kuzan, stuff to draw, stuff to refill their hand, it's a pretty easy walk there unless they're playing 13, 14 blockers that are all 6K, because the goal of the deck is just you have a pretty good curve, but you don't really want to be attaching Dom to your weenies until it's time to really go in for it, like you see it on that last turn, where you can start swinging for 7s.
Yeah, it's seeing the momentum. It was like really, like, I'm not rooting for either person, but it was really rough watching it on the black player side, simply because there was just the point where Kid is going to do classic kid things. And the moment you were at 1 life, you were essentially on death row. And when he had the 1 blocker, I could get him never using the blocker for the most part. But when he started taking life through the blocker, I was like, oh, he must be fishing for something, because getting that low is just playing with your life with kid. And sure enough, when the Punk Gibson came off of your hand, just completely bodied his blocker. And if he didn't have another blocker, that just would have been game right there.
Yeah.
But even around that, so many bodies survived into the next turn.
If regardless of whether or not there was another blocker on the board, because the Basil was there, that is 4 big attacks for 7 Don, so I still have 2 to play with. So you could leave up like a Waterfall or a Gibson if you need to. But it's super punishing if that Basil gets to live towards the end of the game. It can be a little rough in hand because it has no counter, but when it comes down, it's really good at pressuring the big threats in the format, notably Marcos. Because Whitebeard and Lucci are probably some of the worst matchups. Croc's not great, but you don't see a whole lot of that. But Basil really helps in those, and it's just an insane in-game threat.
Yeah, it's if I had to say the thing that I enjoyed mostly about that one, it is simply that normally Black's greatest matchup versus Green is just, like I said before, picking off their threats before the threats can actually get lots of value. And then you start punching at them, and Green has to start discarding cards to defend themselves while not letting their threats actually do what they were meant to do. But particularly with Film Kid, you're actually playing so many bodies that their once per turn almost destruction can't keep up. On top of that, you're swinging so many times that you're pressuring the already tight hand of a black deck. And if they can't stabilize with their destruction effects early enough along, you just cascade into aggression and pressure. And we saw it firsthand how that turns out.
Yeah. The biggest thing you have to worry about, in my opinion, with this deck is you can sandbag a lot of Brooks and Namis and stuff like that waiting for your Luffy turn. But it is a super tight rope, especially against Lucci, where you have to make sure to keep 5 cards in hand. If you keep 7 and they rip 2 out of your hand, you're in trouble, because then they have a big threat that you have to contend with. You're down 2 cards, which is most of the advantage you were gaining from your Namis or your Bonnies in this deck. And they can very easily take over the game, because that deck is basically as good at closing the game as Kid is with Lucci's leaving ability. So you got to try to either keep them on 1 card in hand or no cards in hand, and just go for the board once they're empty to whittle the board down so that they can't then take another life, so that they're at 1 card in hand to start their turn too, because that's how they finish you off. But if you can manage to do that and not have the right draw for what you have to punish you for staying at a low hand size, then you can pretty well steamroll them. But it's a tightrope you're walking there to try and finish it out.
Agreed. Well, I hope to see you at the top tables more throughout the day.
Me too.
I'm gonna get working on this stream so it can have more just polish in the next round. We got a little lunch break coming up, so thank you guys for watching. We'll try to get in these player interviews. I know this thing doesn't really kind of happen in most of the streams, so I really wanted to get it into this one, even if it is a little rough around the edges. So I'll see you guys in the next round, and hopefully you see this gentleman again on stream later in the day.
All right.
Okay, so no problem at all, sir. quickly make the assets for the name and resize them. Also, in OBS, I'm not a noob here, but I actually don't know how to work on my scenes without switching the scene. So I'm kind of scared because. purple can get rushed out by red, so I understand that. said. I have some in here. You're already in the bag? You're already in the bag? Okay. 3 my time. So I got here right about 4 my time, 3 your time. Went to sleep. Eden was up at 6:30. I was like, I slept in the car. I slept. First one, not the latest one. I was supposed to go to the first one, and then unfortunately Okay, so we had a little bit of a snafu. Let me just make sure all this is good. Check this, sorry. Checking the sound. You guys, like I said, if anything sounds out of whack, just let me know, and we will fix it as soon as possible. So, slight hiccup here. What we actually have is the person that was supposed to be in the tournament, he has not shown up. It looks like he was snatched by the lunch break gods. It's still fairly early, so that happened, but we're just going to have this matchup. Let me move this down, guys. Sorry, guys, just adjusting this. All right, turn the music down. Okay. Getting everything down, we've got one Zoro opening up with a buggy, the other one opening up with the double one-drop searcher. Sorry, I had to adjust the audio while that was happening, but yes, Izo coming into a Jozu searcher. And just to let you guys know, what is happening here is because the other XO did not show up after the lunch break, it looks like we're about to actually just roll into this match. Joe Cuba will be going on 3-0, and his opponent, Cody Gunnett, will just be playing this game just to have something on stream right now. Everybody was settled in and playing because the feature gets a little bit of a time extension. So right now we just saw Joe lead off with a Fire Fist, discarding Jet Pistol, destroy both the one-drops to make sure he can keep his life at a healthy total. We get a Jozu actually being played, hard-casted, and then Zoro swinging in for a neutral 5, which actually is taken. This is a very interesting setup for Cody. He did get his entire board placement wiped off the face of the earth, and so I do understand that he wants to get something established. Therefore, he did play the Jozu, but it is a very interesting card to play because it has so many uses in the hand. Not only just a 2K counter, but also being able to be used for one of the Marcos. So we get a neutral poke with Joe's Zoro, baiting out a 2K. This is important because this shows that the hand is stockpiled with 2Ks, but it also shows that Joe has plans for all the Dawn that he has at his disposal. Playing a one-drop Izo in order to catch Whitebeard. He is actually on the play and not the draw, so this is going to be a very, very scary point because that Whitebeard will come down on curve if he's at a healthy enough life total. Finishing off the turn with a Martial D Teach before passing. The opposing Zoro player will actually just immediately tap 5 for the Marco, blowing up the opposing buggy, and then playing a buggy of his own. Picking up what looks to be a Radical Beam. This is a very strong opening turn. Well, I say opening turn. This is a very strong foray into this back and forth that's about to happen. Yeah, this is a pretty big turn, no lie. Leader Swing gets it in there, passing it back. Leader Swing did get bounced. We're okay with that. All right, so first, the Izo is going to come in and actually get an Otama. Okay. Now Thatch is going to do its thing. So the Ezo swung, the leader got bounced by an Otama, 6k into 7k blockage. Then the Thatch, Marshall D. Teach is going to swing, allowing him to blow up the Ezo that he already turned sideways, getting in another swing, dropping his opponent down to 2 life. This is a very, very aggressive turn. Playing Marco to round off his turn, killing that buggy. And now his turn consists of a Magra, a Marco, and a Marshall. So his opponent's going to start off putting the Dawn underneath Zoro, swinging in with a very big 8k Marco. He really wants his Marshall off the board. Then he's going to respond with another Marco, killing Magra, making sure that the board advantage stops here before swinging in with a neutral 5k poke on Jozu. Joe has more than enough health to take this. He does not mind. And then he also eats the leader swing for 6k right afterwards. Now, this is pretty cool, but let it be known that Joe is going into the turn with his leader and a Marco. This is a very, very comfortable time for him. He has access to a whole lot in hand. We can see there's a jet pistol, looks like another Marco, at least one other Marco. And we know he searched out Whitebeard a little earlier. So Marco swinging into Jozu for the easiness, and then we're going to just flat out play the Whitebeard. It looks like we're going to pass turn here. He has 2 life, and now I am a little afraid because those Marcos go neutral just with Zoro having 1 Dawn under him. So even over Whitebeard, his leader has the ability to get punched very, very hard this turn. So he's going to Marco to Marco, a 7k to a 6k, which gets killed and then brought back with guard point. And then he actually just defended it this time with Makino. So he wants to protect his Marco at all costs. Then his opponent is going to sit here and return with his own Whitebeard. They are both very, 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 very close. He's going to swing one more time at Marco. So he got rid of 3 cards from his opponent's hand, a jet pistol, a guard point, and then the Makino just to protect that one Marco. Now he's on the receiving end of the Whitebeard boost, and the tables have turned very, very quickly in Cody's favor. Cody now having a superior board, and at this point, the bigger hand as well. The question is, of course, what does Joe have at his disposal? I don't see any rushers, and that Marco isn't going to do much than add a body. I see an Otama, a Marco, a Radical Beam, I think, and that looks like it's a Curly to Dawn. I could be wrong. None of those cards scream, I'm safe from here. He definitely has a lot to think about in this matchup, and this is kind of how red matchups can be. Sometimes it's not enough to just have the solid reps in the deck. Like Whitebeard is a momentum swing like no other, especially when you have the hand to back it up. So he has to be careful because him turning his Marco to the side is likely just going to mean his Marco is going to die. And then him turning his Whitebeard to the side also likely means Whitebeard is going to die to his opposing Whitebeard the following turn. So playing Buggy, I believe he's got at least 1 or 2 options from what I can see, and he's going to pick up the Radical Beam. Excellent pickup. This is going to give him a little bit more insurance on his Whitebeard if he chooses to leverage it in an attempt to get rid of one of those Marcos. Now with the hand of Radical Beam, another Marco, Otama, and it looks to be Curly to Dawn, this might actually just be the point where he starts dawning up and swinging in, because none of those cards particularly are going to change the balance of the game right now. Putting 2 Dawn on Marco, putting him up to actually 9k. At life, giving his opponent a rush Zoro. I know that he's trying to close out for game, but this is very, very scary. Now, but he has the ability to hit quite hard here. And now we see whether or not this Whitebeard is going to get through. But this is crazy. Oh, there we go. And that's the game. Whitebeard coming in for, looks like 1, 2, so 14, 15K, and his opponent not being able to do anything because he's tapped out, allowing him to punch through. So what I'm going to do here, because I don't want it to end this early, I'm going to go over and I'm going to make sure that we pull Joe Cuba aside and just have him talk on screen for a little bit. So if you guys give me one moment, we're definitely going to pull him over. And actually, while they're cleaning up, I'm going to let them know to come over for an interview, but while they're cleaning up, I'm going to make sure that this side of the stream is ready for next go. Okay, so once again, we're outside of the room. Like I said, a lot of this is improv, so you're seeing not a backdrop, but an actual wall that's the actual backdrop. And this is Joe Cuba. He is the current, what, are you 4-0 right now?
Yeah, undefeated.
4-0 Zoro player. And like I said, the lunch break has claimed the soul of whoever he was supposed to face. So, I mean, look, not only did you get a lunch break, you got a break, and now you're about to go in 5-0 and see if you can clean up the tournament. So, how's your experience been today so far with Zoro?
It's been good. The opponents have made little plays here and there, like don't play your Marcos if you have 3 life people.
Oh, the blockers?
The blocker Marco.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like, I haven't put up as much of my testing videos because I just moved. I just put up like one last, I think literally just yesterday, and I was playing Zoro. My friend was playing Katakuri. But that is like one of the quickest ways. Like yellow, yeah, you're only really worrying about Thunderbolt, but especially against like red, it's just like you play your blocker Marco at 3 life, and your opponent's like, so I can just kill this now. And I don't have to worry about it yeah, okay. Yeah, easy. Easy.
Feel free about it. It's one of the misplays this format.
Especially getting tripped up because the new Marco doesn't have that threshold. He just discards an extra card or an event card. So it's like people will sit here and forget which Marco does which things, and then you're missing your blocker at a crucial moment. So
Card game players read the new one.
Reading?
It's got to be the same.
Well, yeah, no way Power Creep exists. This is definitely the same.
Yeah.
What have you faced so far today?
So we had round 1 versus the Ace, the Whitebeard stuff. That was tough. Made it right to the last life. He had 1K counter. It would have been it. Mirror match Zoro because Zoro was cool, but I had the Fire Fist, so I needed him to pop the board. And then I had a Big Mom match before this stream, where that one was apparently he had the 10 drop a turn earlier, and if he would have just played it, like depending on counter, which I didn't have, it would have just sealed the game. But then he played it a turn later, and it just Got to get those 10 drops on board.
A lot of people, and again, this is what I'm trying to like get instilled into my best friend. A lot of people don't understand that like Katakuri is not necessarily an aggro deck. It's not a control deck. It's a tempo deck. Like sometimes you have to just be able to assess the board, look at all the information you've seen from life, how your opponent's been attacking, how they've been countering, and be like, I'm not going to die if I play this Big Mom, or there's a high probability I'm not going to die if I play this Big Mom. Even if it seems a little sketchy, you play that first Big Mom, you gain the life, they lose the life, and then the following turn, even if they take 2 life from you, you still have that 12k to put pressure on. There are things they're not going to swing with because they don't want it ran over by the 10k. There are things they might set up in different ways. Oh, I might just play a blocker here and not do this because you just played a 10k, or a 10 drop, and then you play another 10 drop, and they're like, and there's just issues. You follow up with a Katakuri, you bounce something, you crit it off their life with something else. Like a lot of people, at least at the beginning of the format, in my opinion, are having trouble gauging the turns where they make a move that's strictly for that momentum that cascades the following turn or the next turn after that. Yeah. But like, yeah, you described that like right then and there. That dude just is like, do I feel safe playing 10 drop? No, and then.
And he didn't. It's because like you need to set up those blockers on the turns before. It's like, and in black you can set up the unkillable blockers, and that's okay. But in yellow, it's more putting in your life and knowing when your opponent's gonna put it on your board for you. And then it just becomes a mess.
How many swingers? Yeah, it's like how many swingers they have on board. Like, I mean, of course you can't factor in for rush. That's just rush. But assessing that board, how many threats can come at you, and just being like, and sometimes Katakuri just high rolls, and you get to that turn, you're at 4 life. You're like, I don't care what you play, I'm slamming this 10 on board. And then, but yeah, like, are there any decks that you fear seeing later on today?
Whenever I play against Whitebeard, it feels like kind of hard. You'd think Zoro versus Whitebeard, oh, you take a life, you win, but people have built it in ways where they can take that life, they can take a second life, their hand will be big enough on the last few turns where it doesn't matter how many 5k swings you got, they have 8 cards in hand, all of them are counter. So,
yeah, it's like, from what I've been seeing and feeling out, the mid-range Zoro version, it has such a good spread across the board, but when you're playing mid-range body for mid-range body, Whitebeard outvalues you in that race. But then if you go more lower to the ground, you can make a wide enough board to sometimes chip Whitebeard's hand throughout the entire game and then go for the kill. But there are some other matches that suffer from you changing that spread. So I think Zoro is going to take a little time for people to figure out exactly what they want to be at. But like, I always kind of find it annoying when, to build for the best deck, you have to make your deck weaker to the surrounding decks,
Right, yeah, and I kind of like, I don't know, that's why I fear Whitebeard, because I didn't build it to that. I figured there wasn't going to be that much Whitebeard in the room, so I'm like, I'll play 4 Fire Fist. A lot of people are on 2. It's countering the Zoro matchup a lot. It's, it's a trigger off life. It kills a 5k. It's like a little jet pistol. It doesn't, like, there's a lot of 6ks in the format, sure, but then I'm also playing jet pistol, so it's, yep. I'm not even playing the Rush. No Luffy, no Zoro, no Nami. You play 1-drops, you play Teach, you play Marco.
Well, see, that's actually like really heat, because like essentially with your build, like, and I mean, of course, like, you sounds like you have the 5-drop Marco, but don't even you don't play the blocker Marcos. See, your build will be able to go wide enough to chip chunks out of Whitebeard's hand and hopefully have them low enough by the time. But sometimes Whitebeard also high rolls, and what do you do? Like, that's actually the reason why I play Zoro over Whitebeard, because I don't like, it only may happen 2 out of every 10, 11 games, but those one times where you're down at 0 life and you just look at your hand, you're like, no 2k, no 2k, no 2k, no Radical Beam, a single guard point, a Whitebeard and Ace. Oh, I hope he doesn't swing like infinite. And then sometimes people just like some people tilt themselves, and other people are just like, yeah, what do I got to lose? I'm just swinging everything. You're like, well, like, and
I lose a lot more when they just go for it. Yeah, a lot of the times they'll try and swing at characters, but when you can play a bunch of 1-drops the next turn, it's like you're not even gonna rush them. So.
For real. But I mean, yeah. Do you have any general thoughts about the event so far? How you feel going into the next round?
How do I feel? Zoro, best deck, of course, can never lose. The event is great. Everyone should come to the next Great Pirate Festival. Make it the greatest Great Pirate Festival.
For real. Next Pirate Festival, I will not be on a borrowed laptop with things on site that I just tried to put together. Next time, it's going to be a much, much, much bigger thing, and we're going to have fun.
Young Sailor, who's playing...
Are you still XO?
Yeah.
Yeah, go crazy, sir.
My stream match didn't show up.
Huh?
The stream match didn't show up.
The lunch break claimed his soul. It is.
Oh, so you just got a free win?
Yep.
Damn.
Talking to Uni. Zoro best deck.
Wow, that's a
I,
flop right there.
yeah.
I wish my second round did that.
But I'm gonna wish this gentleman, Mr. Cuba, luck in the next round, and I'm gonna try to once again tinker on the stream and make sure it's a better experience next round than it was this round. So, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
And hopefully we see you up on the feature match again later in the rounds.
We will see. Honestly, on camera, I actually have to go probably like right before Top Cut. So.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna take like top 8 pricing. Hopefully, I can even make it that far with my girlfriend's birthday.
Whoa! Yeah, okay. No. Have been there. One of my first Dragon Ball tops was at Otakon at Regionals, and I made it to top 16, won my top 16 match, and then the dude who would win it, Corbin, playing like a mid-range deck, and I was playing like a extremely aggressive deck that I've been eating off of his matchup. But my girlfriend came with me to Otakon, she's been waiting all day, getting me stuff, and so we got there, and he was like, because you know when you're at top table for most of the day, you see the people you've been playing around. He's like, no. And I was like, you know what? Top 4? Yep. I didn't expect him to win it, and I was like, but like, he was a ramp deck, and then out of the top 4 teams, them were discard it for a trigger. But like, yeah.
The reason I'm frustrated is because he said it was a deck. Like, what? It doesn't make sense. Like, the way it's worded is so
How'd it work?
like connected.
I was salty. I was like, maybe I'll get an altar. And then like, oh, like, and then he was like, because like I think I just ruined his revenge story, man. Like, like he was about to pop off, and then just. That's so nasty. Like I've only opened a couple of altar leaders. I've opened up. Let's see. I don't remember exactly. I know Alrighty then. So we are actually here right now looking at the movie Kid, which of course that's definitely not Kid. Movie Kid versus Whitebeard. So we're gonna change that leader real quick, and we should be good to go. So. Waiting for the roll of the dice. Now, before we actually saw that Movie Kid was able to flood the board with like so many bodies that they were able to overpower Rob Lucci. And if they get a hand that devastating this time, they may actually just blow over the defenses of Whitebeard too, because that many bodies coming at you at that high enough Dawn. Ooh, nice. Little handshakes. But we all know what Whitebeard does. High hand, big bodies on board, explosive power. So it's going to be very interesting to see Kid combat this, because like I said, whole bunch of bodies coming out, and we're also able to have the dual attack with Kid. So once Whitebeard reaches 0 life, Kid should be able to try to really hammer those defenses. So let's see. So we first start off with a Bonnie and a pass. Since we're kind of well away from the Seaquake days, this is going to be pretty good. We are seeing a Whitebeard Pirates to search top 5 for something more usable. Maybe even an Ezo. That would be a good opening to maximize the Dawn. But nope. Picking up a Vanilla Boy and passing. All right, there's the Ezo. Looking at the next top 5. It might have been easy to put to hand. The screen's a little small here, I apologize, but. This is a very good start for Zach. He's maximized his Dawn usage. And now we're just immediately getting the Eustace Kid coming in for 8. He wants to make sure that he takes cards out of Zach's hand in the early game, so that Zach doesn't ever snowball to the point of the late game where it's most apt to be a wall. Now this is kind of a double-edged sword in my opinion, because early game they can just take the damage. Now of course forcing Whitebeard to take damage early is pretty good because they have less of a shield with their life. They're going to get to the later stages of the game where they're having to defend everything, but they can't have enough Dawn to make this massive board they normally make. So he just tapped 4 to play a bigger body and then take a card to hand, I believe, unless it was another card that was the Otama. He's already at 3 life, but he only has 4 Dawn. So this is going to be the point where, as a player, an aggressive player, Ryan's going to try to take as many cards out of his hand as he can. He needs to get to that late game where Kid's dual attack is going to pretty much win the game single-handedly, and that's going to come from the pressure on the board. He decided to rip off the Bonnie effect, and it looks like that is a Punk Gibson, I believe. Thinking about what order he's going to put that in the bottom of the deck. He wants to be able to save his life, which is pretty cool. Maybe tap down something like the Ezo, or even actually in this case the Vanilla would be tapped down. So now he's swinging again. Huge damage. That is a full 9. And there we go. Whitebeard going up to 2K, but he also dropped 2 cards. Or sorry, going up to 10K, but dropping 2 cards. So this is very, very good game plan. Ryan is trying to force as many cards out of his hand so that his hand never gets these astronomical Whitebeard-sized hands that have been terrorizing the meta lately. Quick hand check just to see what he plans to do. Of course, getting Bonnie off the field is monumental. You cannot have that stay on the field, gaining him advantage every single time. And Izo right off the bat takes care of that. Vanilla crashing into Kid, but being countered out of fairly effectively. Another Izo hitting the board. I think as far as Whitebeard goes, he's having an okay game, nothing too explosive. This is what happens when you take a lot of life in the early game. It looks like your opponent's gaining steam while you are starting to just get into the middle of your game. But playing the 4-drop blocker Marco and then using the Whitebeard leader effect at end of turn to go to 2 life now means he has that almost nigh unkillable blocker in a Whitebeard deck to just carry him to safety. This has got to kind of not be good on Kid's side, because Kid was doing a good job at pushing cards out of his hand, and now Whitebeard's starting to stabilize. Now it's not going to be as effective to pile everything on Kid, because that Marco will always be right there waiting to catch that block. So yeah, with the arrival of the Marco blocker, the Kid player has a lot more to do. And something else to be said about this is that while the general game plan is to just swing as many times tall as possible, we shouldn't discount the fact that normally Film Kid is supposed to be flooding the board. And this very well could be what we need to see from this. A block with the 4-drop Marco dropping the 5-drop Marco, since there's not really anything on the board to take advantage of that. And now we're going to see the leader effect pop off. But this is where the slippery slope happens. He has to kill Whitebeard, force cards out of his hand, but now he's discarding cards from his own hand. This can only happen so many times before the Whitebeard player is going to bottom out Kid's hand just from this. He does actually opt to swing at the vanilla body, trying to stem the tide. He said, you can have that blocker, but what you can't have is a whole slew of things that can attack me. And granted, he's going to have to start dropping cards soon. He's at a healthy 4 life for now, but he's going to have to start dropping cards. 2K will block an undonned Whitebeard. Marco's not going to swing. Izos have to be donned up substantially to swing. So at this very moment, he's kind of in a safe place. Now, we all know Whitebeard, though. This may not last more than a turn or two. If he ends up dropping the 9-drop, that's going to be a huge momentum swing. Even another 5-drop Marco would be a lot of pressure. So a swing with Whitebeard donned up to 7, great number to test the hand or push through damage, and it does get damage through. No trigger though. Followed by another vanilla. I believe that one is Thatch. And then a passing of the turn, going down to 1 life. We are starting to actually see Yeah, we're gonna actually see if he actually has a hand outside of this, because right now he's gonna need to put on some blockers. He's gonna need to do something, because the Whitebeard player is threatening to run him over the following turn. Leader's coming in big, Thatch is coming in big, blocker can sit by on defense. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit too costly to don up the Ezos for now, but even then, later in the week, they could potentially be some threats. I said later in the week, later in the match, they could potentially be some threats. All right, so we're starting off with a Yamato, putting the Marco in rest mode to make sure that this damage is going through. And now he's thinking about it. This is a very scary turn to be in. Now, granted, he's got 3 more cards in life, and I'm sure what he's thinking about is how much damage he wants to push through. So he's going to opt to swing for 8 at Whitebeard instead of swinging for 7 twice, which is fine. If he still has the Punk Gibson in hand, which I think he does want to be able to use the Punk Gibson to tap down the vanilla to make sure that he can't get swung on too many more times. And this play is going to guarantee 2 cards out of his opponent's hand unless he has Guard Point or Radical Beam, but he does have the Guard Point. So it's looking a little bad, not terribly bad, but it is a little rough for Ryan, because Ryan definitely wanted to take 2 cards out of his opponent's hand and then potentially set him up for the alpha swing next turn. And now that's not possible. Now, something that also is pretty cool is that he did play the Yamato. And playing the Yamato, yep, there we go, the Punk Gibson tapping the Ezo. Playing the Yamato, not only does he add another body on board, but he might have another Yamato to then tap Marco again. But we are seeing the tapping of quite a few things because of Whitebeard. It's a big body coming out. So now the leader is at 8k, making the following turn for Ryan not likely to be a kill turn. Now, Punk Gibson did end up tapping out a very good card, and his opponent should have pretty much read that going into this. But now we're at a point where he is at 8k, and he's essentially got to swing for the fences. I know things get fancy, but I just think he's dead next turn. I think 12k is probably one of the only things that he could realistically do. With 2 life, Whitebeard, Thatch, Marco, and Leader on board, I really do think that he's just dead to his opponent donning up and swinging with his board. 5 on the Ezo, or sorry, 5 with Ezo, 5 with Ezo. That's going to probably chip 2 cards out of hand. Swinging in again with Marco for another 5, chip another card. Then you have Thatch, Whitebeard, and Whitebeard, the leader, to go in and finish that off. And I think that's a strong play. He doesn't have that many, if I'm not mistaken, that many cards in hand. He's been whittled away for a lot. So right now he's actually swinging neutral, 5k to 5k. So this is interesting. Now I want to know what he has in hand, because he is opting to not swing at face. I guess knowing that the Whitebeard is going to take that card in hand regardless, he's like, nope. Tapping a cool 5 for Basil Hawkins, and then 3 for Nami. Now this makes me wonder what's in hand. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 or 5 cards in hand. 2 life. His opponent has Whitebeard on board, which is going to be a huge beating. He's got a Whitebeard leader, Thatch. That Marco can very quickly become a swinger, but now that he's devoted cards to not letting it be killed, I do wonder about how this is going to happen. We are going to get a Whitebeard Pirates to check top 5. What he is searching for, I know not. There's a lot of things that begin the situation. Another Marco blocker is going to be particularly punishing, and he did pick it up. Whitebeard would have been a weird tap out, but probably would have still done fairly well with his hand size. But with that second blocker, it may have really just thrown the wrench in Ryan's plans. He definitely doesn't want to see that second blocker come down. That being said, though, that second blocker might actually ensure that he lives, because it's not like the hand is absolutely huge. But oof, Punk Gibson, that was very, very nice. That was a very crucial Punk Gibson. So with this Punk Gibson, not only did he block the Thatch, but he actually tapped down the Marco, and that's going to make it so that his opponent needs to play the second Marco to not die. At this point of the game, it is just he is incapable of killing Ryan. If Ryan blocks both Ezos, sorry, people walking by. If Ryan blocks both Ezos, Whitebeard and Whitebeard can't do it alone. So you're looking at a position where he just stopped himself from dying, and his opponent needs to tap 4 to play Marco. And if he has something like another Yamato, this is going to hurt next turn. Very, very tense turn, especially since the Basil itself is going to do work. He can turn everything towards face and attempt to kill, but what he's also going to be able to do is load up Basil and swing for life. Yamato being put off the board definitely makes sense. And then it looks like this turn he is going to attempt to put him down within kill range next turn, because he understands. He either loses this following turn or he wins the turn after. So he plays that Marco out and passes. Like I said, very, very, very tense turn. Okay, so now we're seeing the untap on the kid players half. And we're about to see this going for work. So Nami is going to attack Marco, and it's just one of those things where he doesn't plan to dawn up Nami, but at the same time is not dawning up Nami. He also is just going to check to see if his opponent is going to have a lapse of judgment and discard a card for that Marco. It's not like, you don't want to assume your opponent can't play correctly, but on a throwaway play like that, that's not going to influence your game. You might as well see if they make the misplay of discarding. Next, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, so he's swinging hard with Basil. And his opponent's not going to block that. He's actually going to drop a 2K and Radical Beam in order to get over that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So Basil was coming in at a solid 10K, and his opponent did not want to block that to let him swing again with 10K, so he did the right thing. He let it go towards his leader, and then he just ended up eating it. So now his opponent's in a very, very weird space, but I think this is the time where we swing twice with Kid, and we see what's up. There we go, correcting the Dawn. So we're going to swing with 8K, forcing out the block, dropping a card from hand, which seems to be an ace. And now we only have a couple more cards in hand, I think 3 in hand. And this is the saddest part of the turn because it's not enough. 3 cards in hand, very, very, very small chance that was actually getting through. Now that this has happened, that's the end of the turn. He is tapped out. There is no more Punk Gibson from hand. He's got 1 life. And like I said, he is opening up with a Marco blocker. He's got Whitebeard, Thatch, and Whitebeard leader. There's a lot of aggression coming over, and he only needs to hit twice. So he's going to swing here with Whitebeard at at 13K just to assure it. And then we're going to swing in for the fist bump, and that is game. Whitebeard has taken it. Zach Meter has gone on XO, and Ryan has become X1. To answer your question, Bob Dingo, it's kind of one of those weird things where you lead off with the Hawkins, not on Thatch, because Ryan wasn't trying to even the board. Ryan wasn't trying to close it out or to equalize the board or get rid of the bodies. Ryan was trying to end game right then and there. So he swung at the leader for 10K because if his opponent doesn't have Radical Beam, his opponent has to drop almost his entire hand in order to not take that L. Or he has to block, in which case he gives him the other thing. There were multiple layers of checking to see his opponent's response, like when he swung with the Nami at the Marco just to see if his opponent would revive it, lessening his hand. This time he swung with that because, like I said, Radical Beam is the only card that allows him to do that. His opponent had, I believe, 5 cards in hand, and that swing, if he doesn't have, if he has Radical Beam, it's 2 cards from hand, and that's the worst case scenario. Radical Beam in a 1K or a 2K. If he has Guard Point, he has to drop Guard Point to go up to 9K, and he has to drop, again, a 2K to go up to 11, which he needs to be, or 2 1Ks to go up to 11, where he needs to be. If he doesn't have Guard Point or Radical Beam, he likely has to drop half that hand, because he has to go from 6K to 10K. So he has to drop 2 10Ks and then 1 more. He has to drop a minimum of 3 cards or block. If he dropped the Thatch, his opponent just would have let the Thatch go, and then Basil would have been able to swing again, which is very much so true. But like I said, I think he realized that his opponent wouldn't have countered on that one. I think his opponent just would have let the Thatch go. He only had 1 life, so Whitebeard and donning up his leader pretty much kills that. If, like I said, like a turn and a half ago, if Zach thoroughly realized, he either loses the following turn or he wins the turn after that. Zach doesn't need to do anything but survive and keep Whitebeard up, and he wins for game. So the Thatch was just going to die, and then Basil would have swung at the leader and would have caught the same exact Radical Beam into 2K. Yeah, 1 life, it was not likely that anything different happened. I'm gonna see if I can get the winner over here, and I will be right back, guys. See if I can do a quick player interview. Guys, we are back. We've got Zach here. Congratulations on your win and remaining XO. He had just toppled Film Kid with a Whitebeard, and so we're here for the player interview. How did you feel about that last round?
Honestly, going into Film Kid in set 3 feels a little better. I know my opponent was saying like the matchup for him, obviously with Moby Dick banned, it's going to be a lot better all around for people, but just going into Film Kid, if I have like an ace in hand, even though I didn't even get to play an ace that game, if I have an ace in hand, I usually feel pretty confident. For whatever blockers they might be playing, if they're doing the 8 drop or not 7-drop Luffy, stuff like that. So just being able to neg him down. Didn't really come into play this time. He was kind of slow on developing a board. He didn't really get much going on until later in the game. That Hawkins, I mean, as we kind of touched on, if he had that Hawkins swing and I had to block it, that was game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just having the counter out of that. And then for the last play, I blocked it with the Marco just to kind of, lure him in to spend that last 3 Dawn and kind of commit everything.
I was, it was just literally, it was a good back and forth in the last couple turns.
Yes.
I think my favorite points of interaction was when you when you searched the second Marco.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, so this is one of those weird points where he could arguably dawn up and push and maybe just trample him right here and now. But playing that Marco, safer play, but it could also give one more turn to breathe. But the moment that Punk Gibson came down, I was like, yep, he has no choice but to play the Marco now. Like, if he had options, there were no more options after this. But then you have the following turn where you were established, you had a Marco tapped, and I just liked the amount of clean play between you guys. Like, I talked on here about the Nami swing going into your Marco just to brain check you. Just like, are you going to drop a card? And you were like, absolutely not. That goes to the trash. I'm keeping all this. And it was a pretty cool play. Like, I was explaining the math all here on stream about the Hawkins going in. I was like, it was a mathematically solid move just to check the strength of your hand. Because if you didn't have, worst case scenario, which it was for him, you had the Radical Beam and a 2K, because it just would have taken Radical Beam and a 1K essentially to get over that Basil.
Right.
If he had Guard Point, still either the same amount of cards unless he had no 2Ks, in which case 3 cards. And worst case scenario, if you didn't have Radical Beam or Guard Point in hand, that would have been either your entire hand or the block, which would have led to you dying. So it was when he swung at face with the 10K Basil on all fronts, the exact amount that he swung for, it was a perfect check for his hand. He just had the juice. He immediately was like, no, sir. And then just let it bang.
Because, with Whitebeard, I think a lot of people, it's obviously an aggressive deck for what it is. You're swinging 6, you're 6 body, but Whitebeard is also the most defensive leader in the game. Based off the event counters, Rad, Guard. Whitebeard is the most defensive hero in the game, so I'm alright stalling the game, searching for Marcos, just delaying it out. I'm alright with that. It's really just fishing those Punk Gibsons. That's the most dangerous thing in the Film Kid matchup, is just those Punk Gibsons.
Those Punk Gibsons came through very, very hard, and it was kind of interesting because the first couple turns when Kid was just going high and then swinging, I was like, I actually do like that, because in the early game, until you start putting down those vanillas one after another, his life is fairly safe. If you swing in and you're playing cards on curve, he just needs to drop a 2K a turn essentially not to take damage. Meanwhile, he's forcing 2 cards out of your hand at a time at times. And that's really, really good. But once it happened again on turn 4, I was like, ooh, he might actually not have cards to play.
Yeah, he didn't have plays exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. At first I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, oh no.
It's like either give me a life or 2 cards, and then doing the big swing again. I was like, all right, usually at this point I'm seeing like a Nami or maybe even like a 4/6 Zoro, something like that, just to establish a board. But he played it well. He didn't misplay at all. Like I said, main thing for me was just kind of, I knew he had that one Punk at the start, so swinging 5 with my Marco, just trying to eat some cards out of hand. Then second turn following that, searching the second Marco. I left that one up. I could have swung with it for another 5K swing, but I'm like, if you didn't have a Punk, I might as well leave it up for 2 blocks.
Yeah, and I will say, those Punk Gibsons were flying, man. Those Punk Gibsons were coming out. They were smiting stuff left and right. It was since green isn't exactly the
Will
best
it
place right
recover?
now, I forgot actually how strong Punk
That's
Gibson
the
was
question.
against red right now. It really is. You
Hey
are
guys,
so
what's
safe
up?
on
I'm
these
so
Marcos,
excited to
and
see
then
you here.
just Bang, Punk Gibson comes out. It was it actually was a really, really strong. I'm trying to get some responses to the chat, but it was actually really strong, the turn where, as simple as it was, 2 Dawn turned into blocking Thatch, tapping Marco, and then your turn had to completely pivot on what you were doing. And I was like, yo, Punk Gibson is still that dude.
It really is.
It really is. But how's your day been so far in this tournament?
Going good. Just kind of running down the matchup. First game was a yellow Big Mom starter deck. Very close matchup. Following that, Katakuri, another close match. Third was an Iceberg.
You faced the undefeated Iceberg.
I did.
How was that?
He played it the best he could. You know, just that game alone, Ace won it for me. Just clearing his board with Ace, he can't swing on anything. So, just kind of, you know, look with Whitebeard, I like to kind of take my time, whittle down their board if I can, and know when to swing for game. Following that turn, round 4, we had a Zoro. Very, very close. He was very aggressive at the start, like Zoro is. He was just searching for his Diablo Jambe. His one of couldn't find it, so I was able to clutch that one out.
I know exactly who you faced because they came out to me and told me they were searching for the Diablo Jambe and couldn't get to it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. It's strong. Whitebeard is at a point in the format where it's just probably going to get its reign in until we start seeing these Rebeccas and Dofis come out.
Yes.
It's very, very strange because I feel like right now one of the main decks that can contest with Whitebeard, outside of the mirror, of course, is only Zoro when it's built a certain way, and it kind of scares me because I feel like to build Zoro in a way that can consistently get in 6k pokes to just whittle down the hand, you kind of weaken Zoro to the other matchups in the format.
Right.
And that becomes a problem. But I think we might be getting ready for the next round. So yeah, I think we're going to cut this short, guys. We'll be up in a second. And once again, congratulations, and I'm going to wish you luck on the next rounds.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back. We are setting up. We've got Katakuri versus Zach Meter's Whitebeard once again. So this is actually going to be pretty cool. So we got a Dawn, and then actually nothing happening for this turn. Now there's some glare on here that wasn't there last time, so I apologize. I'm gonna see if I can fix that. The yellow cards hit different, and it looks like he's double sleeved, and that may be a little more reflective. But he's gonna play Izo, and Izo's going to go into a Whitebeard Pirates, who's gonna go top 5 again. Just burning through that deck right now. And it looks like we're picking up a Marco. All right, let me see if I can peer through the glare, guys. Oof, all of that big Dawn energy on Katakuri, looking at his top life, deciding to keep it there before swinging over at Whitebeard. It does hit a Whitebeard Pirates trigger, which is going to allow him to go 5 deep. He still loses a life, but it really does suck to see when you're facing Whitebeard to see a trigger happen, because if that had just been taken with his own effect, it would not have happened. So here we go though. Drawing a card for turn. Taking a life with the 6k neutral leader swing, playing the vanilla out. And play is passing back to the Katakuri. We're going up to 5 Dawn, so we still should be able to put some decent damage on here. Checking his top life again, and this time deciding to put it on the bottom before swinging at Thatch. Oh, sorry, still swinging at Edward Newgate. After swinging at Edward Newgate, we are going to be playing another. I think that actually may be Katakuri. Give me one moment to check that real quick. Okay, so he actually played a vanilla, a 4-drop vanilla. That was a little rough to see. But leader is coming in for 6k, followed by the vanilla coming in for the same. Getting bounced both times by 2k drops. Before playing a Thatch and then passing. So we're actually starting to see quite the big buildup on Zach Meter's side of the board. We've got 2 big body vanillas. His leader, he's been searching through his deck. He is losing his life at the normal Whitebeard rate, but now we're getting the vanilla swinging back at his vanilla. Now the hand is thick enough to where I don't think Zach actually minds discarding a card to keep his hand up, but he just has to understand that if he does this once, he's gonna have to do it again. And he decides that cost is too high, because Katakuri can swing for the same amount, if not more. So he's swinging again this time, looking at this life, deciding that it is not good. To Zach, this is a good sign. He has moved 2 cards to the bottom of his life pool, meaning that he is banking on seeing a better card that's an unknown than he is looking at the cards that he does know. And that's a great place to be for Zach. It does not look like Christian is drawing the best with his Katakuri deck. So now we're seeing an ace come down, and ace is going to remove or reduce attack by 3k on both of those bodies. Only one is able to get swung on though, and Whitebeard is going to take out the vanilla so that ace can swing at the leader for 7. He's going to take the card. It is not a trigger. I do fear that this is about to be one of those best of one blues. But the life does bring a cracker out. And now we are in a weird space. Unfortunately, against Whitebeard, cracker is very rarely going to proc. So we had a hard cast cracker kind of showing how weak the hand was to a degree, and now we are actually in the midst of him getting a trigger cracker off. But that still lines him up with 3 separate attacks. And now he's got to decide whether or not he goes for the board or the face. Whitebeard's going to lose that life regardless, so there is a chance here that he does just go straight for face. Katakuri's last effect can just look at the life, so at least Christian can know what he's going to be getting to his hand at the end of the following turn. Little information. There's no need for Christian to use his effect on his own life because he knows those 2 cards already. So, donning cracker up to 7 and swinging on his opponent. I am weirded about this one because it's just a singular 2K. Oh no, he's not swinging on. He's not swinging on the leader. He's swinging on ace. Otherwise, that doesn't do it. Now he's putting 4 dawn on him, swinging on ace for 9. Now this is going to be a little bit trickier. But not being tapped out, he's just going to use the guard point in hand. That is very, very strong. You hate to see it if you're Christian. But now he's going to swing 1 more time. I don't get that. He should know both of those cards. And so I don't quite understand why he didn't just look at the last card in his opponent's life. And now the Whitebeard comes down, so that card's going to stay there. Swinging 8K. I think he's in such command of this board. Yeah, he just was going in for a life right here because he knows. He straight up knows. He doesn't. He's just putting himself in that position once again where if he doesn't lose, he wins. So his opponent is going to play 10-drop Big Mom, trashing that life, which is Radical Beam. Very good trash from Christian. Like I said, I still would have liked to see him look at it with the Katakuri, even if he planned to trash it, because if not for that Whitebeard, he would have definitely gotten that card to his hand. That would have been 1 more card he could have known. Now the issue lies with the fact that he has 2 crackers that can't damage Whitebeard. He tapped 10, so there's not really anything he can do with this turn. It's a hard pass here. And that being said, his opponent has 1, 2, 3 valid attacks. He can dawn up Ezo, and you never know if he has a if he has another ace in hand. Even a Jozu could potentially be a big threat right now to Christian. So we're gonna get a 7 swing. And Christian pulling the best moves. He's blocking when he can, because Whitebeard is assured damage, and with that much dawn up, he can always make Thatch assured damage too. So now we're sitting at a point where Zach is at a worse position. He's down to 9 dawn. He can still play ace if he has it, and actually looking at that, he might actually have it. So it looks like right there, ace does come down. And ace is now going to swing. Now this is exactly what I was talking about when I said ace is still something he has to worry about. He's going to drop 2 more cards to stop ace, and now we are back at a point where he cannot die, and this is very scary for him. So he just got a Brûlée trigger to bring that out. Not going to do much good because ace will actually take that out, and he just ended up hitting the scoop, and that actually makes Christian Redmond the winner of that match. That is crazy that turns a reversal. Whitebeard was really in its bag, but Christian was able to really turned around. He got a good trigger, and that trigger didn't even matter because that blocker would have to swing or it was going to get destroyed by Whitebeard the following turn. But the important part is that he had Big Mom 10, 2 crackers, and his leader to swing with the following turn, making 4 attacks that he could dawn up very well on versus 0 life and a tapped, well, a hand with 2 dawn up, but not much to do with that 2 dawn. So let's see if we can get Christian Redmond on here and have our first yellow player on stream for a player interview. Okay, we are back with the player interview. We've got Christian on here coming straight off of a fresh win with Katakuri. First time we've had it on stream today. So that was actually pretty exciting to see. I guess first and foremost, got to ask, how did you feel about that matchup?
Whitebeard is one of the worst matchups for Katakuri in general, but I have prepared pretty extensively for it. I main deck 4 Opera.
Mm-hmm.
The 4-drop 6K, just to, so you know you have something to poke, and plus Marco. Once in Katakuri, once you start hitting your like high drops, your 7 drops, your 8, like once you start hitting 7 Dawn and up, you want to be consistently playing your high monsters so that you can go 2K with the 8Ks and stuff into leader. So in my opinion, the 4-drop 6K is like super important, so that you can actually attack into a Marco tapped without investing any sort of Dawn like you would in a cracker or something. So I main those. And then I put in the brulees last minute. It was really a concession to Katakuri, and it probably would have lost me the game if I would have just relied on it in that moment, because he was smart enough to keep 2 back on the final turn, so that because he picked up on my very first Katakuri putback was on the bottom, so he assumed it was a brule, and it was. And he would have got me a game if I didn't have enough counter in hand. So
yeah, I was when I was looking at your stuff, I was like, okay, like how is the hand? Because your first 2 life you put on the bottom, and like you said, brule, you do want to save that for the last ditch, but at the same time it could also be, I definitely don't need that being flipped, or I don't need that in my hand right now, and then you hard casted the cracker, and I was like, oh, I'm scared his hand's not that great, I'm not quite sure, because like
in that moment it really wasn't that great. I had 10 drop the whole game. I started with it, so that like makes up for a little bit of it, because it's just gonna trash the life that they Whitebeard keep. So like playing the crackers, okay. The main purpose of doing that is for tempo, just to keep monsters on the field. Maybe he'll attack into him and it'll act as a blocker for me, but mostly it's to like, if I swing big, and he didn't have a Marco this game, Marco blocker, but if he had a Marco blocker and I swing big and he taps the Marco blocker, those 5Ks are just there to
just drain his hand.
Drain
like
his
how
hand.
badly do you want this Marco?
Exactly.
I do have one question that confused me, because I'm not sure if there was a particular point to it. Maybe you wanted to change up where things were. But when you had that last 2 life, and he had 1 life, I was wondering why you checked your top life again with Katakuri instead of his. Because like I think you checked it and you kept it where it was. And I was just thinking, like, until he played the Whitebeard, we wouldn't have known. But I was like wondering whether or not you were gonna just check his life to at least get one more bit of knowledge about what he was about to bring to his hand potentially on the next turn.
Yeah, that probably was the correct play. To be honest, in the game, I just forgot what that life was. It was so
Oh,
irrelevant.
true.
It was a pudding that I put on the bottom way earlier because I didn't need a pudding at the time. So like, I just wanted to remember what it was.
You're like, let me just. I mean, we're getting later into the tournament, and so sometimes that fatigue is there. 100%. You just need to like make sure, and it's almost like Katakuri is like, it's in a lot of ways like Dofi. Like you just have to constantly remember a revolving door of cards that you've already seen, and then just sometimes forgetting the order of even one of them just throws off your entire plays.
And I think the more important skill with Katakuri, if you want to be a good Katakuri player, which I'm not saying I am, but you really need to keep up tempo. Tempo is the biggest thing no matter what deck you're playing. Tempo is the most important thing. So like you said with that cracker, just playing the cracker, it increases my tempo, increases my damage output if I do decide to go 6 with the cracker. You know, it's just tempo and tempo and tempo is what I can say. So I view it less as like, I mean, I'll see like a pudding or something and just leave it there. Like it's not really that big of a deal for me, because in my mind, my Kakus might be under, my Brules might be under that, so I really don't want to mess that up. So I'll just leave the shitty card or the crappy cards on top.
No, I feel you. And like it's Katakuri is definitely like yellow as it stands and on release is 100% a tempo color, and I think 100%. A lot of people are still learning how to feel out the game state, because you all have people that'll hold like big moms in hand, not realizing that okay, like you might take 2, maybe even 3 life next turn depending on your stuff. But you playing that 12 drop is going to present a threat. If they cannot kill you next turn, they have to even think about what they might want to hold back, because anything they turn sideways they don't want to get killed is going to get ran over by Big Mom, or it's assured damage, or you just let it sit there to intimidate them. And a lot of people don't quite know where these things lay in. There are turns where you could be like, I'm going to swing with my leader. I know you're not going to block that with a premium blocker like a Borsalino or a Marco. Then I'm just going to play Katakuri, and I'm going to bounce that to the top of your deck and pass. You thought I was going to swing 3 more times? I'm going to pass, because next turn, I'm going to 10-drop Big Mom, and that card is never going to hit your hand again. And some people just don't know how to sequence quite yet, because it's a lot of feeling out at the beginning of each turn, you know?
Yeah, I would say the most important thing, and you saw it in this match, is that while I could have started pressuring his life with the crackers, I had double cracker Katakuri leader. I could have started pressuring his life, but he had that ace tapped. The biggest thing in Katakuri, and I even had to tell myself in the middle of that game, just remember your anchors. Always attack characters in Katakuri. Your 10 drop is there for a specific reason, to deny them resources. Right? So just constantly character, and I was eventually able to kill that ace.
Yeah.
And it helped me out a lot.
He's going to take his own life, or you're going to rip it from him, and then past that ace is such a high profile target and such a strong body that just swinging on it for the numbers you were swinging on it, he's dropping 1, he's dropping 2, he's dropping 2 again, or he's letting it die. And we all know when Whitebeard hits that like 1 to 2 cards in hand, that's game. Like 0 life, 2 cards in hand, it's half Marco, and your opponent has no tapping, no destruction, or it's just over. So yeah, like you saw that opportunity, and you just like popped the cork on his hand, and it just drained out. So that was good. Well, you feel confident going to the next round?
100%.
100%? All right. So we will see what the next matchup is, guys. We've had Whitebeard twice in a row, same gentleman. If he's at table 1 after the pairings go down and it's not a Whitebeard matchup, we're probably going to end up seeing Sir Kristen at this table 1 feature match one more time. If not, I'm going to see what we have on the surrounding tables, maybe to see where we can get different on the stream. But we'll return back to table 1 soon. I think this is round 6?
That was round 6, yeah.
All right, so we got one more round, if I'm not mistaken, before top cut, and then after that, So thank you guys for watching. Oh, yeah, of course, dude.
I can shout out my YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, heck yeah.
My YouTube channel is Plastic Beach X3. I post live duels of me commentating over live duels, so if you want to see my insight into, my local games that I play all the time, check it out, Plastic Beach X3 on YouTube.
Yeah, put it in the chat, dude. Just go find the chat, and then put it in. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
No problem. Let's collab sometime or something. Let's definitely.
Let's do it. What's your YouTube name?
No, UniX TCG.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Sweet. Yeah, like just competitive stuff, box openings, the magic numbers video is what we stupid. right, so it looks like we have Katakuri versus Katakuri. This should be a pretty good one. We've seen both of these players, well, we've seen one of these players perform very, very well in the previous match, and so this should actually be a nice treat. TBH. Okay, let's see what we're about to do here. This is the last round before top 8, so just know that this is going to be pretty cool. Actually, I think it's top 16, but yeah, should be good. I'm going to go over and give them the okay, and then we are going to start. All right, so yellow versus yellow, the new color of the game. Life is set up. Looks like Colton will be going first. Playing a pudding. It's kind of sort of nice to open up with your 1-drop on turn 1. Kind of sort of nice. He's going to search the top 4 for a Big Mom Pirate card. Looks to be Parasparrow. He's going to pass his turn. So he's got a pretty good curve. His opponent's going to open up to 2 Dawn and then not have a card to play. So no pudding. That's really the only card you want to see on your turn 1. So it looks like we're going to get the neutral poke with Katakuri, signaling that, of course, that Parasparrow is going to be the next card coming down. That's why I didn't Dawn up his Katakuri, but you have tempo versus tempo. We're now going to 3 Dawn over here. We're going to swing, look at the top of our own life, and he's going to put it at the bottom. Either a weak card or potentially a blocker he wants to come out late in game. But he's swinging for 7, and he's going to drain 2 cards from his opponent before playing his own Parasparrow. So he guarded his life by discarding Cracker, and then now their boards are pretty even. The only difference is that I dare say that the hand advantage is actually on Christian's side. He went second, drawing an extra card. He discarded 1 to defend himself. Meanwhile, his opponent opened up with the base 5 and then had to discard 2 to stop himself from taking that full 7K. But now at 5 Dawn, he's got a little bit more to play with. Ooh, opting. So he donned up Katakuri, and he's going to look at his top life and then swing for 7. I believe that Christian just picked up the vanilla. Playing out a Cracker to solidify his board state after swinging with Parasparrow as well. Parasparrow just caught the vanilla out of his hand to keep his life up. Christian taking a very good job at keeping his life as manageable as possible to make sure he doesn't get himself into these weird positions, because once yellow gets down to its late game, they start burning life through effect. So you want to make sure that you block the attacks you can, so that when these big bodies come down, they can also swing for very high numbers. You're not sitting on death's door. But the board is starting to go back and forth. They both have their Parasparrows for a little insurance when they get destroyed. It looks like right here and now, Christian's going to pull the trigger, donning up his Parasparrow to attack his opponent's Parasparrow. This is going to give his opponent a top 3 search, which actually looks to be a 7-drop Big Mom. Then we're going to don up Katakuri and swing again, looking at the top card of the life and deciding to keep it there, but triggering his opponent's Shirahoshi from life, allowing him to draw 3 and discard 2. So as much setup as Christian is trying to do to build back his momentum, Colton is just setting up even on his opponent's turn. The top 3 searcher from Parasparrow, followed by the draw 3, discard 2, graceful charity, if you will, from Shirahoshi. Next, a second Parasparrow is played, and we're passing. This is good, though. His opponent, Colton, can choose to attack life, but if he starts swinging on the Parasparrows, he's going to be allowing Christian to set up his hand. But this is an uphill battle for Christian. Besides going second, allowing the 7-drop Big Mom to be played on curve, you can see that Colton has had a very good run of cards. The Pudding into the Parasparrow, into the Shirahoshi from life. He's just starting to gain a fair amount of momentum. Of course, the Parasparrow can't be left to just poke, so it does get destroyed, and he picks up another Vanilla. I can't feel like that was the best card he could have picked up, so the reveal must have been a little lackluster. Using that very same Vanilla to not take the damage from the neutral leader swing allows him to block the attack while not giving a single bit of advantage when it comes to card knowledge to his opponent. His opponent saw him pick up the Vanilla, his opponent saw him drop the Vanilla. Now at this point, he's assessing the hand and figuring out whether he wants to let his opponent gain a life or him to take a life, and he chooses to take a life. A little less detrimental in the yellow mirror than it could be in other matchups because he can also gain that life back, but he did not want his opponent going back up to 5 life. Swinging neutral with Parasparrow to just see if he can bait a card out of the hand, which he does. A 1k, not a 2k. Then he's going to swing with Katakuri, leaving that card down at the top of his life, getting 2 more cards out of his opponent's hand. Then he's going to play his own 7-drop Big Mom. And see right here, this is neat, because either way, his opponent is going to equalize the game. He's either going to have Christian go up to 4, so they're both at 4, or he's going to have he's going to have himself go down to 3, so they're both at 3. He chooses to go down to 3, and he loses 10-drop Big Mom, which is a massive tempo swing. For those who don't know, 10-drop Big Mom comes down, you gain a life, and your opponent loses a life. So that was actually a very, 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 very random snipe that will impact the game later. But just like that, they're even. This is a little bit of an uphill battle for Christian because his opponent is building up quite a board. Not quite a board actually, I apologize. Shirahoshi is essentially just a useless. You're not going to Dawn up Shirahoshi, it's too much. Pudding also starts at 2, so that's a little rough. And then you are going to also... Nice. You're also going to have that Big Mom coming in soon. So he definitely did just swing with Katakuri on the Parasparrow, getting him the top 3 search, and then he just played, I believe it's Katakuri. Wait. Yep. He played his Katakuri to bounce his Shirahoshi to the top of his life, essentially giving him back up to 4 life, but also the next time life damage is dealt through attack, he's going to be able to draw 3, discard 2. So right here and there, it looks like he's about to try to attack the Cracker, because I don't think he'd want to give the Shirahoshi. And then he plays 10-drop Big Mom. An excellent answer to what just happened there. So even though the momentum is still, the field presence is still on Colton's side, this is a monumental back and forth between the yellow players. Swinging at the Cracker twice allowed him to get a card out of his opponent's hand and then kill the Cracker, but then playing the Big Mom allowed him to once again go back up to 3 life, setting his opponent down to 3 life, and getting rid of the Shirahoshi that his opponent spent 8 Dawn to bounce back. So we're getting a neutral swing with Katakuri, and that never bodes well. Just simply because the neutral swing with Katakuri is likely signaling his opponent playing his own 10-drop Big Mom. So we do see these attacks coming through, going up to 8 to stop that last one before Big Mom 10 comes down. And this is crushing to see because Colton is just steamrolling on this momentum. We saw Christian play so well, and we're seeing him play very well right here. But as a yellow player versus a yellow player, you guys are playing the same cards, and he is, he is 1 big body up on you. You guys almost have the same board. But he's up 2 life. No, he's up 3 life on you with a significantly bigger board. But here we go again. Now they are equalized. They are trading Big Mom turns. And this is scary. The first person that runs out of Big Moms is going to be the one who has to think a little bit harder about this. This is a goated match indeed. equalizing it right then and there. So now they're both at that. He got rid of, it looks like a Thunderbolt, I believe. But yeah, he has just gotten it RNGesus on a Colton side, it looks like. Yeah, it might be, but this is very, very strong. That return with that 10-drop Big Mom is very, very strong. Even if he gets rid of his opponent's Big Mom, his own Big Mom is going to be there. The clapback that's going to happen on Christian's side is monumental. This is a very enjoyable match. What a slugfest, though. All right, so we get a cracker. So this is the first turn that we're not seeing this get played. Oh. And that looks like another 10-drop Big Mom along with a swing. That is it. That is it. That game just completely went down, and Big Moms, 10-drop and 7-drop Big Moms just carried that game all the way till the end. That is absolutely crazy. I'm gonna go over and make sure I get one of them for a interview. I will be right back, guys. So we are here with Colton. Just to let you know, Stradler, I read what you said, and I will turn the music down a little bit. I think I also was talking a little quieter too, because there's less people in the room now, and I feel a little more conscious about talking about the game while they're right there. So I'll turn on the music to accommodate for that. But we have Colton coming fresh off a heated battle with the mirror, And yeah, I mean, I just want to ask the question I always ask sort of these: how did you feel about that last go?
About this last game, not good because it's going first in a Katakuri mirror, but was somehow able to keep the pressure on and counter out of enough stuff early that I think it helped out a lot.
Yeah, it was when you went first, it was like, oh man, like okay, well he's Katakuri, okay, he'll get the 7 drop, but that's not like exactly the end all be all card. You want to play Big Mom on curve, and then you open up with the pudding, and he went 2 Dawn pass, and I went ooh.
That's yeah. I was like, maybe I have a chance now.
So there's a chance.
So, but my starting hand wasn't ideal, but I saw the pudding, and it was like I think there was a 2K and like a smoothie and a cracker or something, and so it didn't have any of the like big cards that I needed for later in the game. But I feel like I got lucky just drawing what I needed to.
Yeah, how'd you feel in that Big Mom war? Because like literally just it only for me watching that, it only took one turn for one of you guys not to return serve one, for it to just start going extremely downhill. And it also keep going.
No, like I think whenever I got to 7, I played my 7 drop, and then like he plays his 7 drop, and then I think I played Katakuri because I couldn't, and I put Shirahoshi back in my life, hoping that he didn't have a 10 drop. Then he 10 drop, trashed my Shirahoshi, and then it was just 10 drop after that.
It was so gross because like when you first played your 7 drop, I was like, this is exactly what you don't want to see at the other end of the table. Like his board is starting to like double like Christian's board. But then when Christian played his 7 drop, I was like, wait, the beauty of this play is that they're about to be equal again. Like he is either bringing himself down to 3 to match or bringing his opponent up to 4 so that they match still. Like this is great.
Yeah.
And then when you did spend the 8 on Katakuri, because I wasn't sure what you were going to bounce, and then when you put your own Shirahoshi back, I was like, okay, he's at more life now. He's going to be able to like hopefully filter again, reset his hand. And when that 10 drop came down, I was like, that was punishing.
Yeah, and I knew that was somewhat likely, but like I had to do it because if I didn't put one of my life back, then he played the 10 drop, I'd be like,
it'd be even worse. You would have gone down to like I think like 2, and then he would have gone up to like 5, like or 4.
4
no,
I think it would have been 2 and 4.
Yeah, because you would have given him back a card, and then he would have. That just would have been horrendously rough.
Yep.
So I definitely feel that working out. I mean, realistically, yeah, that bugged me out for a second. I was like, am I in the Matrix?
I have a twin where we're in the same shirt.
Yeah, like they're wearing the same shirt, similar pants. Like I literally had to double take. Like I really thought that was a glitch in the Matrix. I was like, oh no. But like, so yeah, that was just really cool. And so lots of people haven't seen too many yellow on yellow mirrors, and so that's why the moment I heard you were yellow, And I think one of the worst parts about it is everybody knows that like in a mirror match, tempo matters a little bit more than some other things because you guys are essentially playing the same cards. You have the same bombs. When you reach that bomb card first, you are the first person to make a move on the board, or in some cases, there are certain cards where it's the exact opposite. As a Whitebeard player, you don't want to play and swing with an ace before your opponent does because their ace trumps your ace immediately.
Yep.
And so, like, seeing how far ahead you were on the board was, I'm sure for Kristen, a super scary moment. But I give it to him. He had the poker face and he played out of the back end really well.
Yeah, so like of course I was able to get out 7 drop mom first. I was a little worried that he might just play a Katakuri and put it at the bottom of my life, which is kind of makes me lose a ton of tempo. But honestly, I think part of the reason I won that was he was playing a little bit more defensively. He let me kill like one or both of those Parasparrows he had with like a 5K swing, which got him a card, but it also like didn't make me have to counter out my next turn. And
you got to save some of your hand, and it's kind of weird because like especially seeing him play against Whitebeard and then play against you, I feel like that was less of him. Like I've seen him be defensive and I've seen him be extremely offensive. I do think that he had to fish. I don't think his hand was that strong. Like he was searching vanillas with Parasparrows and then just ditching them immediately for the counter. So I could feel he was digging. Like he definitely needed to see those cards. So I think him letting the Parasparrows go were just like, all right, you've done your poke. Give me something. Let me see what's next. But
yeah, which I dug with Parasparrows too. It was just like I think it came down to I was able to find the better cards and get lucky on the final draw of the game, that 10 drop that won
That
me
was
the game.
there were 5. Wait, how many? There was like four. There was 4 10-drop big moms played that game. Like
That's a high intensity Katakuri mirror.
that was
Right.
actually pretty insane. For people watching, random fact. If you guys watch any of my Dragon Ball Super content, you should know that Bandai likes to be very, 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 very thematic with their cards. That's pretty much their whole shtick. They love being thematic with the effects. And so if you didn't already know, the first person to show us Future Sight Hockey in the store found Bandai being cheeky with those effects to be pretty cool. Besides that, you got Big Mom with her death or life, being able to, you choose. You get a card or I get a card, things like that. But I don't know. The yellow matchup is really... That mirror is crazy because you both have such aggressive cards. Triggers can always do some crazy things. And then you guys go to the beginning and the middle of the game aggro-like, and the end of the game is just like effects.
Yep.
So.
It's like the first 2 turns is try and find what I need, play a Parasparrow. Middle game, try and whiteboard or go aggro, and then drop your bombs. But
I am pretty sure that at 7-0, you were about to be top seed and into top cut. So is there anything you're feeling afraid of seeing in top cut?
I really don't want to see any Whitebeards. I got really lucky and never played a Whitebeard today. That's the matchup I think is probably hard. Well, unless you count like a Katakuri mirror being like half luck or almost all luck in some cases. Whitebeard's, for me, probably the hardest matchup. And that's part of the reason is I don't run any of the 4-cost vanillas or the 4-cost Katakuri in my deck, so I can't just swing a Whitebeard for face. But
Katakuri is so weird. Like in the Big Mom leader, I definitely like putting 2 to 3 of them in there. But in Katakuri, it's like you don't have control over your life like that. And then like with Whitebeard, like people have just been able to drop Katakuri, and then Whitebeard's just like, yeah, pass turn. And then it's like, oh, he's turned off. That's great. I love that. Like, that's cool. So I could definitely see that being weird. But it seems like you've been playing Ultra Instinct Katakuri today. Haven't been touched by a single Whitebeard. Dodged him in queue.
Yeah.
We'll see how the top 16 saturates.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
There's a little bit less Whitebeard overall in this room than I thought there would be. I thought we'd go in here and it'd be like 40% Whitebeard.
I think at a sweatier tournament, quite possibly, because when people are going to regionals, I just constantly see people putting Whitebeard lists because they want their invite. But I think Whitebeard, I think right here, people want to play with the new color. It's strong out the gate, unlike black, which is a huge deal. And on top of that, people want to beat Whitebeard. I think a lot of people are just fatigued of it. And then at the same time, Whitebeard does have those weird windows where you've drawn all of your life, you've searched your top, and you've got one guard point, a couple 2Ks and some 1Ks, and if your opponent can just put out 3-4 solid attacks per turn, in 2 turns your hand's gone. And you're like, well, damn. So
the hardest part about all red is if they get out more than one Marco blocker, because their entire deck, other than maybe some in Zoro, are Whitebeard cards. So they can just revive every single time until they run out of cards.
That Whitebeard sticks, and it is incredibly hard to remove it, unless your opponent is living in La La Land and plays Marco before they hit 2 life, in which case you're just like... But
that's crazy.
Yeah, hopefully we see Colton again on stream. I believe it's top 16, either top 16 or top 8. I need to go ask real quick.
Top 8.
All right, top 8. So we've got 3 more rounds to have on stream. Hopefully we see this man at the top tables. We might even, depending on sides of the bracket, we might even see a rematch between him and Christian. Like, I'm pretty sure with Christian, with you being his only loss, Christian should be in top 8.
Yeah.
So we are going to see some pretty cool stuff. Sparks will fly, and we will see you guys on the next one. If you have any closing thoughts or anything, any shout-outs you want to give?
I'm just trying to process how I just won 7 in a row. So that's all I can think about.
Intense Swiss. Well, wish them luck, guys, and I will see you guys in the next round.
Minimum one guy who has me as a breaker. That's X. Me as one breaker.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of people have too much downtime between their streams. Yeah. And I was just commenting about the spirits, and I was like, I don't think that it's like this is that you still love that, yeah. So, hey guys, look, I actually wanted to just bring out the owner of Mystic TCG.
Hi, guys.
Yep, his name is Eden. He's actually out here putting out big tournaments like this, giving big prizes. If you guys don't know, look in the Facebook group. There are boxes going out. There are mats going out for both entry and top cut. There's a manga ace and a manga Soga King out for first and second prizing. Like, he's really trying to bring a higher caliber of prizing to these non-Bandai events, and hopefully maybe one day these could be Bandai officiated events.
That's our goal. We really want Bandai to reach out to us and hopefully want us to host bigger events, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much like this. I just want to take like a quick moment to have him talk about Mystic TCG. You guys see them in every one of my videos. I either put them in the middle, at the end, just to let you guys know this is where you're getting the savings on these cases that you're pre-ordering for One Piece, Dragon Ball, or Battle Spirits,
Yu-Gi-Oh! Also,
Bandai
we do
games.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Literally any
basically any card game.
Any card game, you can get that off.
We also want these tournaments to grow bigger. That way, we also, like, I'm a big Dragon Ball player, so I want a big Dragon Ball scene in our area. We don't have that right now, so it's kind of hard to hold like a big tournament like this for Dragon Ball. But if people want it and enough people commit to coming out to the event, we will host like a 2K for Dragon Ball, guaranteed prize, just like how this one was, with an entry, a mat for entry, mats for top cut, everything, same thing. We could do like a ghost rare. I have a bunch of prize cards for Dragon Ball, so I can give those away too. Bunch of prizes for that game and Digimon. So
really, any card game you could want to play, like, just let the interest be there, show up to events like these, and we will keep it pushing. Like, there's a lot of people here today. We've got a stream. I guarantee the next time the Pirate Festival comes around, this stream is gonna be bigger and better.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure it's a lot better.
Yeah, like we're gonna do the absolute most. I know I've been having fun here, but no, between the advertisement beforehand, the production in there, we're gonna keep doing bigger and better things. And the tournament itself is already great. The floor judges,
we
the
had
prizing.
like no complaints at all, really.
Mm-hmm.
The complaints were negligible. It was like the only complaints we really had was at the beginning of the tournament we only had 2 spots for pairings because one of the walls didn't. It's not like an actual wall, so we couldn't post pairings there. So we changed it, changed where pairings are and stuff like that. So we are we take criticism very well. We want our tournaments to be better. So if you guys in the streams have anything you want to be in the next one, like if you want special deck lists, or if like they could vote for bounties if like players are coming to the event and they're like well known. So like we had like Ryan Simon from the Dragon Ball community. We had him as a bounty. And we were actually going to have our guy that won the last one, but he couldn't come because I think something with work or something like that. But he was going to be a bounty. But if you guys have any ideas of things we should do, side events, we're going to be growing side events. Like last time we did win a Nami, like win an alt. But this time we did win an alt where you get to pick between 6 of them. And one of our recommendations that we had from people was packs. So now we can do $10 pack, $10 entry. And I think it's 13 packs. For the first place. It depends on what the price of the packs is. If box prices go back down to like reasonable, like $100 or whatever, we'll do $10 entry box first place and stuff like that. So we're just continue to grow it and make it better and bigger and better every single time.
A dude just won a side event and walked away with a alt art Zoro. I literally thought he pulled it. He said, "No, I want a side event." And I was like,
there's been 3 given away so far. Three alt art Zoros to the side event winners so far.
And that art is actually crazy. It's like one of my favorite in the game. But yeah, like so. I just wanted to pull the owner aside just so you can attach the face to the brand that I'm always trying to like push at you guys. It's a great store. It sells anything you could ever want from the card game places that you were trying to go to. And like you're seeing here, the tournaments that are held are crazy good. The prizing really draws people out, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, also if you're ever looking to sell cards, you can hit us up on Facebook, Mystic TCG. We're typically responding within a day, and yeah, we'll get you a very fair price in your collection based on how fast it sells and stuff like that. So.
Singles, like collections. If you ever see this guy, or
I'll be at every event. Yeah, basically.
Every event, even if he's not an event, if you see,
I see people. I send people to every event, basically.
Exactly. You can always get your prize cards off to Mystic TCG if you're just looking to dump them, get a little bit back from your investment from going to the actual event. There's just so many things that you can do with Mystic TCG behind you, so it's pretty awesome. But yeah, I just wanted to have that message. I hope you guys are enjoying this, and we will be back for the top 4 feature match soon enough. So thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thanks for having me. What? So sweet. What are your plans for after this event? guys. I think what I'm just gonna do until top 4 starts is I'm just gonna play a box opening. That's literally what it is. We got people at the feature match table. Just gonna do that. Okay. So the match is now starting. Michael Bear, there is definitely sound here. Let me turn down the match volume just a little bit. So we got one Dawn and a pass from the ace player. This is going to be pretty cool. Right now, the top 4 is we've got Ace versus Whitebeard, and let's see. Ace versus Whitebeard, and Katakuri versus Kid. Whitebeard sees the Ezo, and we're seeing Ace actually activate a copy of Whitebeard Pirates. I'm really here for it though. This is like a cool like canon match, you know what I mean? So we get a nice swing for 7 at a Whitebeard, and he decides to just... Actually, let's see. He went second. Yeah, so he just decides to eat that. Just discard a card, not take the damage. Swinging in for 6 before playing a thick vanilla. That's what we like to see. Marco coming down to rid the field of that Ezo. This is going to be an interesting match for sure, though, because Ace, with its ability to discard extras in hand for additional power, is going to be able to swing neutral, if not bigger, on Whitebeard pretty much every turn it decides to. It doesn't always need to do this, but also it's going to make a lot of extra defense. So now swinging in for 7 with a vanilla. Oof, and then swinging in for 6. Now, granted, once he gets down low enough, his Marcos are on line for blocking, so that's maybe why he's just taking extra cards in hand to bolster himself as much as possible. But this is actually starting off very, very strong in Whitebeard's favor. I believe he took a Fiery Doll to hand. No, not Fiery Doll, Crossfire to hand, I believe. Just to let you guys know, top 8 has been best of 3. Which card is that? Yeah, okay, there we go. So we're going to start seeing cards get comboed. All right, he's going neutral versus the leader by discarding a Seaquake. Seaquake's not going to really do too much good here. Whitebeard also takes the damage going down to 2 life before we see a blocker Marco come out. So they're both even at 2 life. The hand on Whitebeard is actually quite thick, whereas Ace is actually getting off to a good start. I think that's 2 Radical Beams in hand. The defense is going to be very stellar the following turn.
Just a couple alternates. I just traded it.
Nice. Oh yeah, good shit.
Haste on the buggy, you guess? Huh. Hold on, let me check that out. Unfortunately, if Buggy did just come down and swing, there's nothing I can really do about that. Okay, Marco coming in for a block and then discarding a Whitebeard card in order to keep it up. Sorry, I'm trying to see exactly what Garmor was talking about. No, we got an ace coming down on Whitebeard's side. Makino getting it in on the buggy. Allowing buggy to swing for a clean neutral 6K. He really is gunning. That is very weird. No, you are correct. No, I don't think buggy has haste. I think he tapped the buggy for an effect. Let me check though. I will check soon. Between game 1 and game 2, I will check. But ace coming in, they're slugging at each other. Izo coming down to protect himself. He's at 0 life currently. This has been a very explosive matchup. All right, we got Marco going in on Marco. And it is defended. Defended again. Handing him out. Now, this is a scary place to be. I guess he's going to try to actually punch through. Ooh, but 2 Marco blockers. That might have been a thing, Garamore. I was just talking to him. I don't think he did it on purpose. And he definitely knows he's on camera. Like, most people don't try to. But I'll definitely kind of remind them of that. Yeah, I think those 2 Marco blockers really just ended it for this game. There's a lot. So we're getting a 9K swing. He only needs 1 of these attacks to go through, and his opponent can only block 2 times. So it actually still could be Ace's game. Oof, and he countered out of one of the biggest swings to come down. I think automatically just kind of showing him, hey, look, you're not getting through this turn. You have 1 card in hand. You have 2 swing. Well, yeah, 2 more relevant swings. And I have 2 blockers. This is a no-sell. So he activates Whitebeard. Ooh, if he gets an ace off of this, that would be delicious. And I do see an ace. Oh, but he chooses a Jozu, I guess, to get a rusher out. Ace would be a little too heavy right now. So now ace swinging in for 6 is going to catch a block, and this is how you know there's not really a lot of hand. He ditches the Whitebeard to bring it back, so he's gearing up for the kill this turn. And currently, with the way the Dawn is going, 1, 2, 3. Huh. Okay. Yeah, because he had just enough Dawn to pay for Jozu. But he has 2 life left, so he's banking that out of these 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks, he's going to be able to block 2 of them. And with cards in hand, he very well could. I believe, yeah, he still actually should be able to, especially if he packs a guard point or a radical beam off of this. So he's taking the first life, snap take, off of the Marco. Deciding how to take his Don. He's got to be a little careful. You don't want to get a jet pistol from life. That's why Marco could be donned up. Nothing else needs to be donned up though right now. But he wants that assured damage. So he's going to take that, and now we're putting everything on ace. Oh, keeping 1 Don back. That's good. Okay, that is game 1, and it goes to Whitebeard. The son has been taught another lesson by his father, but we're about to see game 2 to see if Austin can bring it back with ace.
I'm just smell. I'm not smoking.
Nice, so we're getting the shuffle up. All right, and now we are seeing game 2 underway. All right, so this time ace does get to start with Ezo. Catching an ace from the top of his deck. He's on the play and not the draw here, so he's going to be able to play ace directly on curve if he so chooses. But playing ace is always dangerous against another ace playing deck because their ace will always trump your ace going second. So here we are seeing Whitebeard Pirates activated, playing or getting a blocker Marco from the top of the deck. It looks to be a pause and a taking of life. All right, so we got Makino pumping up Izo. Izo having the 1 Donna, so 6k neutral, getting a card out of the hand. Sometimes that's all you need. Vanilla coming out, Whitebeard swinging in. And we've got decisions to make now. Seaquake coming out of the hand, a drawing of a card from Life. And then it's just back and forth play right now. We got a Marco coming out. And then passing directly back to his turn, swinging with Whitebeard first, putting the Vanilla out of harm's way of Jet Pistol or Fire Fist. But it does trigger a Whitebeard's Pirates. Taking another Marco. This is gonna be back to back or back and forth. We got a Marco coming down and just blowing up the Izo. This is where it gets kind of difficult. When you're playing one card at a time, I can't help but feel that Whitebeard has an advantage because they're seeing more cards and they're going to be able to put a little more force on the board. However, this is where Austin decides to pull the trigger on the ace, effectively allowing himself to get rid of the Vanilla and then swing with Marco before swinging probably with ace too. This is a huge push for momentum. He wants these cards out of Whitebeard's hand, and he just made him drop multiple 2Ks. Now, that being said, Whitebeard still in hand has that guard point. This is not close enough to close out the game quite yet. All right, so we're seeing an ace come out of the gates for Zach, and this is exactly what I was saying. Ace versus ace is very rough. You immediately get your aces answered. And then ace is coming in for life. But yeah, like I said, hey, Rising Phoenix, we're just streaming Mystic TCG's Great Pirate Festival. Now, this, like I said, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When your ace, when you pull a trigger on ace, it's very rough because in another ace using deck, if they play ace second, that's just you. Now, right now, looks like we're getting another Whitebeard Pirates activation, this time searching Izo. And then an ending of the turn, getting another card in hand. This is a very pivotal moment because the shields are down. If we see another ace this turn, that could be very detrimental. Whitebeard works too. Now, ace would have immediately put the pressure on for him to die that following turn. Granted, it is a little rough. I do feel like when it comes to Whitebeard turns, ace has the best Whitebeard turns because they can play Whitebeard, have that Dawn open for Radical, and then still have whatever cards in their hand to counter with between their event cards and their actual counter. But this is still going to be scary. Starting off the turn with another copy of Whitebeard Pirates. Huh? I guess he's right. The background music is not doing its thing. 1 second. It literally turned off the loop to it, guys. I'm sorry. I haven't opened up the settings for match background music since I put it in, but for some reason it turned off the loop, so. Okay, so Tama coming down, taking a little life off of Marco Blocker, and then Whitebeard swinging to destroy Micro Blocker. This is a huge play coming from Ace. So he has to discard. This is actually pretty strong right here. So he saves the Marco Blocker. Austin is going to play a buggy to reevaluate where he wants to go with this turn. He's got to actually figure out where his defenses lay before he starts swinging again. Because the next turn, if Zach wants to turn the alpha button on, he's got his leader swing, he's got ace, he's got one Marco 5 cost, and then he's got 2 blockers that could turn into offensive cards. So this could be potentially bad. So he definitely wanted to play the buggy to look at his top 5 to see exactly what's going on. Because if he sees another Radical Beam or something defensive, he can just keep some of his Dawn up in order to not die and get another chance to crack back the following turn. Okay, so taking a Seaquake, Otaming a blocker, and then Seaquaking it, very, very strong. And then he swung for game with ace. That's what I'm talking about. Getting one Marco out of the way with a Whitebeard swing, and then Otama Seaquaking the other Marco off the board to swing through. Jesse picked, this is top 4. We had 7 rounds, followed by a cut to top 8, then top 4, and then it's going to be the finals. But that was a very, very clean way for Austin to take back game 2 against Whitebeard. So now we'll be heading into game 3 in top 4. For those of you guys just tuning in, yes, he actually just walked through double blockers in Whitebeard by blowing up 1 with first he Otama'd and then used Whitebeard's effect to blow up 1 Marco. Then he Otama'd and used Seaquake that he got off of the buggy to blow up the second Marco. So very, very, very clean play. So, winning this one, I'm sure Whitebeard is going to opt to go second. Oh. I guess not. I would have thought he would have had the extra turn of life, but I guess this way Ace and Whitebeard can be on curve. Ezo picking up a couple juicy cards, and by a couple I mean 1, before we actually go over to see a Whitebeard Pirates picking up Whitebeard. So both of them are already kind of gearing up for their late games very, very early. simple swing on the Ezo, simple swing with Ezo, as well as Whitebeard. It kind of tells me he might have a stopgap turn. He doesn't have any vanillas if he just dawned up on Ezo. And now he's going to straight up likely lose the Ezo, along with potentially having to discard cards in hand for the ace swing. Crossfire. After a swing from ace and a combo out of it, we are now just going to have him hold back his 1-drops. Now we've got a Whitebeard swing right off the bat, followed by a Marco resolution, destroying Buggy, which is the bigger of the 2 1-drops. The one that we are able to actually boost up with Makino or Magra. Drawing for turn, 2 more Dawn. With the pitching of Marco's in order to keep his health at a nice space. But we're also going to respond with our own 5-drop Marco to blow up his 1-drop Ezo. So they're doing a bunch of good control of each other's boards. Applying some heavy pressure to ace to hopefully cruise into his top. I'd have to check, Jesse. I'd have to check. At the moment, I'm not in the same room. I'm to the room next to them, so they can't hear me talk. So right now I can see this feature match, but I can't see Kid. I'll let you guys know as soon as possible. Playing another 5-drop Marco, even without Whitebeard or the vanillas, he is applying thick pressure to Austin. And after discarding a vanilla from his hand to protect himself from this Marco play, he's sitting at the same life total as Ace, except that he has a better board by 1 Marco, and his leader's a little bigger. So this could be a very advantageous turning point for the Whitebeard player. That being said, Austin does have a grip, and Ace can do a lot with that. All right, so you've got attacks all in, C-Quaked, okay. So Ace coming down, allowing the Marco to get swung on by another Marco, allowing the C-Quake to happen. Ace coming in for flat 7 but getting blocked by a 2K. That's a very powerful turn. Ace was able to come in and pretty much break Whitebeard's board. However, we are likely about to see Ace respond to an ace again. There we go. It is just like I said before. This is he board wiped Whitebeard just for Whitebeard to turn around and board wipe him. There's no need to even add any Dawn to this. We're just gonna 6K into a 3K, and that's gonna walk. No, sorry, 6K into a 4K, and that's gonna walk, and then 7K into a 3K. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. So he just brought back one. Okay, that makes more sense. He wanted to keep that swinger up. Isn't that a Whitebeard battle card, though? I'm a little confused, because I think that it looks like he discarded a battle card for that Marco. But now we're seeing a Whitebeard resolution. Ace is starting to dwindle on the hand advantage, whereas Whitebeard is starting to actually go up on it. We're playing an Ezo to look at the top again. Whitebeard is active on Austin's side. That's a big play, but he doesn't really have too much of a board to capitalize on. His hand is getting smaller and smaller by the moment. So Ezo's going to pick up Thatch, looking to make his board very, very big. At this point, though, what Zach really needs is some blockers. He's got plenty of counter power, but if you give a chance for, if he taps out somehow this turn, and he gives a chance for Whitebeard just to go crazy, this could be very, very bad for him. He's thinking about how he best does this, and right now I feel like, separating his Dawn out. I did not necessarily like when you separate out your Dawn in like play. Like if you have to do it in practice, that's one thing. But when you do it in a like high level play, you start mapping out moves and showing your opponent what can happen. So right now he's swinging with Whitebeard at life. This is crazy. Okay, so he just went up to. Who did he? Oh yeah, because Ace is currently up. It's pretty quiet. Sorry. Let me turn up my my mic. Wait, why did the match? Okay, for some reason the match music keeps going down. It keeps coming off of loop. Give me one moment. Something is weird about my something is weird about this. That's the second time it's come off of loop, and I've been like so focused on this match that I haven't seen it. I'll pay attention to it. Oh, that looks like it is it. He actually just went in. There were no blockers, and that means Ace actually takes it going to the finals. That is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna get him up here for a player interview. I will be right back. me turn this down a tiny bit. It's a little tweaking. All right, guys. So here we are. We have got the only ace player in Top Cut. One of the only ace players that's been at the, if not the only ace player that's been at the top tables. How did you feel about that last one? Because that was an explosive match.
Yeah, Whitebeard is a scary matchup. It always feels like it's 50-50 who can drop their curve best. That's how that's like last game went. I was able to find the new gate and he didn't.
Yeah, it's really rough because like I know some people feel that way with like Katakuri versus Katakuri, but I feel like especially in these red mirrors, you're playing so many of these cards that just like they actually answer each other very, very well. Like it's like you play a Whitebeard and you can either choose to slog through your opponent's Whitebeard turn and just go, okay, play your own Whitebeard, and then pass, being like, okay, you'll get through with like maybe one of these attacks next turn. Same thing with ace. You play an ace and then your opponent's like, okay, I'll play an ace, and then it only escalates if your opponent has another ace. Otherwise, somebody gets blown out. So it's just like there are so many weird parts of this that it just like it feels unsafe, and then you see something else happen and it's crazy. But did you how'd you feel going into game 3? Because you snatched game 2 for the Jaws.
That game 1 loss, and I was able to barely snatch that game 2 with just destroying both Marcos.
Oh dude, game 2 was such a crazy snapback, because you did lose game 1 and I was like, oh snap, because that wasn't like exactly like close game 1, and then when you got to game 2, I was like, okay, he's pulling back, and you play that second Marco, and I was like, oh, that is a huge wall. And then the double Otama Marco Seaquake, or Boogie into Seaquake, I was like that was rough. That was rough. And he even tried to, I think, save one of the Marcos going down, but I think he only went down a Whitebeard.
Yeah, I think he went down a non-counter card with that Marco.
So it's like, you might as well. That was an extra swinger the following turn. He wasn't going to play that Whitebeard when he could just
and
dawn
he knew he
up.
could counter that. He didn't know I could just get rid of the other Marco and try to swing for game.
Exactly. I mean, you have to assume, like, playing red, that there's going to be the destruction. But realistically, who expects double destruction, double Otama on the same turn?
And I had to pull that off again in the third game to KO the remaining blocker.
So that is like crazy. And I think going into next round, you either face Katakuri, which could definitely be a battle of who curves out strongest, or you face Film Kid, which with all of your destruction, maybe...
I like the Katakuri matchup just a little bit better, because against Kid, you can't take the early life, or you're just dead to those double swings.
That's true.
And they're able to, if they can spam their board and get their like some Surge Tsunami out, it can be a close game.
That is true. That is true. It's like, it's just weird because it's not like as dependent on board presence as Law is. But with your amount of destruction, depending on how you draw and how they draw, they could just end up with just never a board that does enough. And even some of their big blasts, their big players like the Luffy, they aren't safe from Flame Emperor. So you have the ability to kind of clear most of the field. But Katakuri, it's like that one's scary too, because it could be back and forth, or
that
Katakuri
could be as aggressive as possible, and hope for not too many character triggers.
Not enough power.
Even if they do trigger the characters, Brule is the worst one because they don't trash that card from hand, and that kind of helps give me an advantage in swinging those sevens late game. And
yeah, we're about to see something. Oh, is the other top 4 match over?
No, I'm still going.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, like, so you said you'd rather face Katakuri next go?
Yes.
All right. Now we gotta.
I play that matchup a lot more than Film Kid. Not many Film Kids really get run compared to Katakuri's, so it's a matchup I've played a bit more.
It's I'm not gonna front. Like, I played it a couple times in practice, and the only time I played against Film Kid in an actual tournament, I was playing, I believe, set 2 Zoro. It was like an online webcam treasure cup. And basically, like, because Zoro can put so many bodies down, it was just like your board and then whatever I have left over at your face. And then like 3 or so turns of that, and he just had like one thing on board and like 2 cards in hand, and then I was just like, what does this deck do? And then like, but I think it's in a better place right now than it may have been a little bit ago, like in the middle of set 2. I'm kind of like, it's weird. It's awkwardly doing very, very well in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly good deck. Because I think a lot of the meta just wants to take that early life, and then the big kid swings. It's hard to get over those late game without blockers.
Yeah, and it's actually funny because like in this game, the way it is right now, most decks you take a huge amount of life, and that life kind of translates into not only options but counter power. But Film is the one deck right now that life can just immediately translate to like a more full board. Like
Yes.
they don't play off the same Dawn as everybody else.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
hope
like,
they don't see the curve of the Brooks, the Namis.
it's like, oh, I just gave you 3 cards in hand. Cool. 3 of them were right on the field the following turn.
I
Oh,
played 3 cards with 7 Dawn. Like,
What?
it's hard to get over that.
What do you want me to do? Not
That's
play
a game where I hope to see my one Fire Fist I run, some of the Sea Quakes to pair with playing the Ace down on more than 7 Dawn.
That was nasty. I'm just saying, Ace Seaquake is just such a nasty combo,
Yeah.
and it's
I see a lot of Ace decks run 2. I like 3 Sea Quakes just because of the Ace combo, the Crossfire combo.
you have multiple, like the Ace is the most expensive, but like when you can play Otama Seaquake to destroy a 5k, why wouldn't you run? Like Seaquake is just an definitely better card in
Yes.
Ace than it has ever been in any other
I
deck.
thought about dropping my 1 Jet Pistol for it, just because I think Seaquake is better with all the cost reduction I can do, and I can't search the Jet Pistol
Can't
like I can
search it.
unless it's off
Buggy.
But I get 2 searchers for the Seaquakes.
And sometimes there are just these awkward moments where you're like, I really want to use this Jet Pistol, but 4 is fat. Like,
4 ruins
feels
your
so
curve going
bad.
first, because it ruins your 5 play, your 7 play, your 9 play.
Red right now does not really have, like, unless it's blocker Marco pass with like 2 Dawn up for like Radical Beam, like, or something, or you play a Searcher and you leave 1 up for Radical Beam. There's very few lines of play where you can Jet Pistol and have an effective turn outside of it, and that hurts.
Yeah, unless it's turn 2 and you have no other play.
So I mean, that's
Film Kit is one of the things where if I'm going second, I will have Jet Pistol. I'm going to Jet Pistol the Nami if they play it on 3 Dawn. That I'm completely fine with, but generally it's not a card that I'm favored.
It's funny that Green keeps getting the Snowball Searchers. Like, you gotta tap them, you gotta defend them, but you don't kill them, and they will just continue. Like Bonnie, Nami, I think
Nami
they just
is
spoiled
a big body.
Yeah, and
Searcher.
they just spoiled a Don Quixote Searcher that it's a Bonnie. You play it, you tap it, you search. So it's gonna be interesting. Soon we will know the other top 4 winner, and we'll have our finals. But it is really cool to know that Great Pirate Festival, Ace is sitting here. Ace is gonna have his moment in the sun. There's literally a bright light above Austin's head. Ace will have his moment. That's the Flame Emperor right there. And you'll really see it at like this event up there. Now, will we see it in some regionals? I don't know. We still have a lot of time. Set 3 just came out, and it's actually crazy. I feel like people are so excited for this game, and they play this on the sim so much. It doesn't feel like we've been in set 3 for just 2 weeks. It feels like set 3
There's
has
a lot
already
of
been
people
around.
who's already
For,
practicing set 4 in the sim. With all the cards that have been revealed and released on there.
this is my only problem with the game that has a Japanese curve. I don't think it'd even be that hard to sync us up. It's not like we're behind in like the anime or something. It's not like they want to keep us on like a separate curve on that. I think they should just put it together, because it is a little weird to be. We have access to the whole set months, like 3 or so months before they drop, and unless you're constantly grinding in the set you are in, which is a little harder to do, seeing is that distribution for locals pricing can be a little icky, and getting into a tournament can be harder than the tournament itself. So like a lot of people just can't commit to grinding the whole set out, and that leads them to practice the following set, and then we're just sitting here like.
This set was interesting for like East going first because of the banned cards. So like a lot of Boatbeards topping early that we don't get access to. So we don't get to see like too well what's doing the best over there. Which was like a little nice, but it's still a lot of the same decks.
I'm kind of okay that we didn't get Boatbeard, because I remember looking at.
I'm fine with not getting Boatbeard.
Oh, dude, I remember seeing the first like flagship tournament they had, and it was just like top 16, like 12 Boatbeards, a Nami, the black yellow Big Mom, and an Ace, and I was like, oh no, that's terrible. Like, that's terrible. Ezo searches. Moby Dick, this
Yep.
is
It
not
was already a
good.
bit overpowered in set 2 if they found it, and now you can just search for it consistently.
Bowbeard was so strong that Lucci was tier 1 in Japan simply because it had the easiest way to remove.
Yes.
and a dual attacking leader and the easiest way to remove Moby Dick. And those two things alone carried a deck that most people would consider tier 1.5, maybe even tier 2 here. To tier 1 in Japan. That's how strong. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think this format's near solved yet. But I do think that it's like, it feels like we've been in it longer than 2 weeks. And that's going to be a little rough, seeing is that we have another 2.5 months or so until we get the next
I
set.
didn't even pick a base till pre-release. I played him in pre-release and went 4-0.
Oh, you
using
packed
him
him
as
too?
the leader. Yeah, I got him out of a pack.
And he can drop any event, right?
Yeah, any
Oh,
event.
yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, that's why I ran him. It didn't specifically say red. So, like, I ran a bunch of random events that it's like, sure, if I get the 3-drop Tropical Thunder on curve, I'll play it. They trash a life. If not, it's a 1K counter.
Did you pack a Flame Emperor by any chance?
Yes.
Finals is ready. Hold on. Drum roll. Who won the finals? Okay, so
I'm playing the guy I lost to.
okay, so unfortunately, we did not see Kid. Fortunately for the Katakuri player, yes, but unfortunately, Kid did not make it to the finals. As you heard from Austin, he's about to get a rematch versus the deck that gave him his only loss.
It's the matchup I wanted the most.
It's
To play
you
the
wanted
game.
the salty run back.
Yeah, because I misplayed and could have won the game, and I didn't. So.
All right, well, this is officially alt history canon. This is Yonko Commander Katakuri versus Yonko Commander Ace. We're about to set it up. I will see you guys in the finals. And yeah, we'll be right back. Okay, so here we are, Ace versus Katakuri. Haven't had, oops, let me actually fix a couple things. While they get started, I'm gonna fix the name real quick. All right, so we've actually got the game started off by Whitebeard Pirates into an ace coming from Austin. On this side, we actually have a Sanji being played. That's actually very, very unique. I can't tell if he wants to be super aggressive or if this is just kind of a showing that the hand isn't that great. We shall see. Sorry, just updating the name very, very quickly. Trying to do this on the fly. Okay, so we got an Ezo coming off the top this time. Another Whitebeard Pirates and an Ezo coming off the top this time. Burning through those searches to make sure that the hand is as set up as possible. All right, getting a Flame Emperor to the hand. Swinging and passing. So we got all 5 life on the Katakuri side. Oh, 4 life. He actually got attacked and he flipped over a Brûlé blocker. He's got to use that blocker quick because the odds of it getting destroyed are very, very high here. Checking his own life while swinging in for 7, dealing that life damage, and then he's actually going to activate Sanji's ability to take the life on top and then replacing it. Also dealing another damage. Once again, Austin doesn't care about going down too low on Ace because of course his Marco blockers are active, but he's also going to get more cards to be able to funnel into his defenses or offenses. So this is so far advantageous to both of them. Trey wants to push for this damage early so that the life is not there to act as a wall. And right here, he immediately got rid of the blocker, but this also cleared the way for Marco to get rid of his Sanji. So going into his next turn, Trey has a empty board with Katakuri, looking down the barrel of a Marco and an Ezo, but the Ezo is at 2k. It's a little harder to don up. So first thing he's going to do is swing in for 7, check that life, see if he wants to keep it there, which he does. A card he wants for the play or a good trigger. All right, so we're getting a Parasparrow play and then a pass. Now we're going to see our first resolution on stream of Sovereignty for the defense. Looks like a Streusen out of hand. No, or a Smoothie. That might have been a Streusen. Yeah, so we saw a Smoothie, I think, and then a Streusen, and then Ace came down, and then we did see the Sovereignty to block the Ace. So there we go, right then and there. Easy shut turn. He dropped 3 cards in hand, but he did just stave off all 3 cards of damage. And the question is he going to be able to capitalize off of this? Because if you drop 3 cards in hand to not kill anything on board, this is not going to be a good play. Well, not a good turn for him. So it looks like he's swinging neutral with Parasparrow, which means he had to have been swinging at life, which takes the 1k. Swings again with his leader, taking another card out of his hand for a 1k, and then all 7 well, sorry, 8 gets tapped to put the ace on the bottom of his life. So now he's removed a massive swinger and replaced it with a swinger of his own. That's actually cool. The Yonko commander just played himself on the field to only get countered by the other Yonko commander. This is for a One Piece fan, this is amazing. All right, so he just dropped the ace down, and this could be a potentially scary turn because now Katakuri's at 5. Now, granted, he only has 2 Dawn up, so he won't be fire fisting it, and he won't be jet pistoling it, but he is going to swing Izo at Parasparrow, and at this point, I'm not sure if there's a reason to protect it. Like, if he does protect it, he's losing a card in hand, and then his opponent gets the chance to either hammer at him again. But if he doesn't protect it, these next 3 swings are likely coming at his face. So he is thinking. It's a mind game at this point because there's no guarantee his opponent's going to swing at Parasparrow again. So now we're swinging at life. And we're swinging at life again. See, that's exactly what I was saying. I was like, you might just lose a card in hand and get swung on twice again. So it's 3 life to 2 life, and right now the board advantage is going to Austin. But they're very, very close. They're neck and neck. And Big Mom still has time to turn it around. Don't forget that we are at 10 Dawn here. So if he swings and manages to, like, if he clears the Izo with Parasparrow and clears the ace with Katakuri, which may not happen, a 2K would stop that from happening, but let's see what we're doing here. Yep, there we go. That's what I was saying. Now it's difficult to see if he's going to swing with the Katakuri because he's going to have to defend it hard next turn, but he is going to try to punch off, and yep, it draws out the 2K. I'm really happy when the plays I predict actually play out. But the poke's going to happen, and then we get another swing at the leader for 5K, followed by a 10 cost Big Mom. This turn pretty much played out exactly as expected. Get the Izo off the board. Attempt to take a card from the hand from attacking ace, because likely that's just not leaving, and then swing at the leader to see if another card will come out now that the hand is 1 card weaker, and then play Big Mom. Excellently piloted. The sequencing was perfect, and now we are entering a turn where there's minimal cards in the hand of the ace player, only 3. He's going to play a Whitebeard, which is essentially going to more or less end his turn. He's got 1 Dawn, and I don't think he'll use it, but that just telegraphs that he doesn't have a Radical Beam that's going to be live in hand. And he hits life, and that life on the top is Shirahoshi, which is crazy because that Big Mom took it from top of his deck where it would have been almost dead to the top of his life where it is, of course, extremely live. You hate to see that as the ace player. Sebastian, you said you think the camera needs some refocusing. I'm trying to see what it's focused on. Because if it's focusing on something in the background, let me see. Sebastian, it may be the Wi-Fi at the convention center because everything seems blurry. There's not something that's in focus more than something else. It all seems blurry. It might just be the Wi-Fi in the center, unfortunately. So we saw an ace swing, and I don't think that the ace swing is going to go through, and he's going to actually play a cracker off of it, if I'm not mistaken. This might have gone from not game to very much so game, because now that he's got a full board like this, he's going to be able to dawn up his attacks, and ace is only at 7K. In fact, he's actually at, if that is a cracker, I need to check. No, Shirahoshi, Katakuri, Parasparrow, and Big Mom. Okay, never mind. That one did look a little blurry for me. I apologize. This is still going to be one heck of a turn. A lot of his cards already swing over. Thanks, Sebastian. I'm happy to hear it. And this isn't even the best it's going to get. Next Great Pirate Festival is going to be much better. You're going to see a much better setup from me. So Big Mom, or Paris Sparrow is going to swing on, it looks to be, yeah, swinging for 7. Oh, he forgot about Whitebeard. Easy mistake. So he swung at 7, thinking it was going to be pretty much guaranteed damage, and it turned out to not be guaranteed damage, which is fine. It happens. So, swinging with Paris Sparrow for 7, ditched 1 card in his hand. He is down to 1 card in hand. I still think this is particularly a strong turn. Yes, you want to be careful, but he is tapped out. Now, granted, I don't think you have, as the Katakuri player, I don't think you have another turn if you don't kill this turn. He's got a bunch of cards in hand, but that field on Austin's side is dawnable. The Whitebeard's not going to be blockable. Ace is going to come in heavy. Marco is going to come in heavy. I think this turn he has to distribute his Dawn and just work out the win. Preferably with tapped out and at 7K, Big Mom is probably not getting blocked. So you need to worry about donning the rest of them. Perhaps at this point, his own life not being as he's just going to get his life or he's not going to get his life. So I would actually see with, you see he has 6 Dawn, or he has 8 Dawn remaining. I think I would put 3 Dawn on Katakuri. I think I put 3 Dawn on Katakuri, making him a 9K, and check the hand right there. I think the 9K automatically walks. After hitting the 9K and checking his life to check to see what he's going to get, I would then swing for with Katakuri for 10K. Depending on, well, then you can actually make the best play with Katakuri. So yeah, I do think the magic number here is 9. Oh. No, 9. Oh man. Everybody has their prerogative. I do think that swinging for 9 here would have guaranteed the damage to go through because he's tapped out. And most he can combo up to 8K if that's an extra, or 9K if that's 2. So I think swinging for 9K was good, and then you can see his top life and know what card he's getting, and then accordingly swing with Katakuri. And then that does allow you to swing with Big Mom for game. See right here, he gave his opponent another turn. He doesn't have a blocker. I think Trey just lost game 1. No guarantee. He's still in a very, very good position, and I don't see the exact strength of his hand, but like an ace would be devastating here. Even a Jozu. Oof. Flame Emperor coming in heavy, followed by... No. We gotta talk about that. We gotta talk about that. We gotta talk about that. I'm gonna be right back. I wanna see. Okay, so we're going into game 2. Goes from buggy going on Ace's part. The Katakuri player opted to go second, hitting his 10 drop on curve. So yeah, you get buggy, the search, and then on his end you see the pudding being played, getting what looks to be a pair of sparrow to hand. Okay. It's a little hard to see that one, but double pudding search. I think that was a 7 Big Mom. And then going off this one, you got a Whitebeard Pirates, picking up another card off the top. Let's see. Maximum Turco, there were 7 rounds and then cut to top 8. So if you're, for these people, they are essentially in their 10th round today. We had over 100. I need to see exactly how many we had. Eden, do you know how many people were in the tournament today?
101.
101. So that's how many we had. Good turnout. All right, so you got this cooking. Ace coming in for a clean 6 damage just to see if it can bait out a 2K, which it did. Neither player has taken life yet. We're going to get the first 7 Katakuri swing, looking at his own life, deciding to keep it there. Good cards all around. And Ace will take it, no trigger. And then he will play the pair of sparrow and pass. Solid opening. The puddings are just there for now. Maybe they'll get some chip damage in later, but at the moment they are Marco food. So we're getting a 5K swing coming in that's just going to get chumped. And then, like I said, Marco food on the pudding. Who knew Phoenix loved pudding so much? I would have never known it was part of their diet. So we're going to go in. Katakuri has a full, let's see, I think 6 Don right now, if it's their turn again. Because last turn they played a pair of sparrow. Actually, the 4, yeah, so they should have 6 right now. All right, a 7 swing. He's trying to push the game far down so that it can't be recovered by Ace. He's trying to be very much so more aggressive this round. All right, checking his opponent's life this time. He's trying to get that maximum information. Since he already kept his card on the top of his life, there's no reason to absolutely no reason to check that life again. So here we go, here we go. Getting that little information before sending the card to his hand. Just an excellent way. All right, so we get Ace coming out. Ace is gonna lower pair of sparrow. Marco's gonna swing, baiting out a 2K. Izo is going to now attack the pair of sparrow. No reason to defend it. Buggy will come through after that if so. Looking at his top 3, figuring out exactly what he wants. Oh, it's a Big Mom. No, that's a cracker. Sorry, that's a cracker. We're here for it. Passing the turn, going up to 9 Dawn. First thing that's happening is that pudding is going to clear the Izo, so it can't get in more work later. Izo just, like, all these 1-drops are getting it in very much so whenever Ace hits the board. It's just a very, very good combo with maximum synergy. And after playing, he's gonna pass it back. Let's see what goes on here. Yep, Katakuri moving that ace directly to the bottom of the life to make sure that it's not a problem until later. Marco swinging in and activating a triggered pair of Sparrow, dropping the cracker to the trash. Taking another life and seeing another trigger. Now he actually made attempt to use that one. Oh, nope, he kept it in hand. That looked like a Thunderbolt. It could be a Sovereignty, but I thought that was a Thunderbolt. And if that's the case, you may want to save that for a crucial turn where you're destroying a Marco blocker, because we all know just how much these Marco blockers tend to get in the way. All right, a Buggy getting clowned. Both players actually have a healthy grip in hand. It is currently 4-2 life. The Katakuri player is in desperate need of some forward momentum. Right now, it is not exactly the best for them. They are behind in cards on board, essentially. Their life total is half of the other one. They definitely need some forward momentum. Now we're going to see a Katakuri swing coming in, hopefully at the Marco. And okay, so I guess it came in at an ace instead. Either one, but now we get the Big Mom. Big Mom trashing a Flame Emperor, which is a very, very nice. Flame Emperor would have come through and done some clean work on the Katakuri. But it is still Whitebeard and Marco. It's a Yonko. Yo, it's a Yonko, a former Yonko, and his former commanders. That's actually pretty powerful. We are looking though at a Katakuri and a Big Mom. This is a very thematic board. Whitebeard and his sons versus Big Mom and her sons. He takes the card to life, no trigger, plays a second Whitebeard. That is so strong. You can literally hear them laughing from the other room. I think Trey knows that this is GG's in a moment. He took 2 life that turn, and he's staring down double Whitebeard. This might spell the end. Yeah, they're still laughing about it. This is a huge blowout. We've been talking all day how back-to-back Big Mom is just spelling curtains for people, but back-to-back Whitebeard should not be underestimated either. This is a very, very strong push. He's thinking about his options, but he's really just got to win this turn or else he has no options. And with 4 cards in hand and a base 7K leader, it's looking very, very rough. This is rough, and frankly, it's actually very hard to see. Yeah, he's trying to think as hard as he can, but All right, so Parasparrow is going in to take, hopefully, second last life. Now he's going in with this is interesting because with that many cards in hand, there's no way he slogs through that. All right. And there we go. That is the match. We're gonna have an interview momentarily. I will be right back.
Hey, sounds good to me.
Hey guys, okay, so we are here with the champion of the OP03 Great Pirate Festival and the runner-up of the OP03 Great Pirate Festival, both winning manga cards if you want to hold them up real quick. these are the prizes that you get over here when Eden actually throws parties and festivals for play. Like, just it's look at this. Look at these stacks. Like 2 boxes and a manga Soga King, 3 boxes and a manga Ace. Yeah, if you don't think Mystic TCG throws the best tournaments,
Yes, sir.
you're straight up wrong.
Ace.
Ace versus Katakuri.
I just wanted him to win because he said he did not want to come to this event.
Never let me live it down.
This man right here said he did not want to come to the event as of was it Thursday you came in?
It was Thursday.
It was Thursday you came in. Did not say no.
I decided this morning.
Paid off.
That's crazy.
It did.
We got a Miss Bird in chat saying, "Yay, go Austin!" Look at this, look at the support.
My sister.
Nice.
So sweet to hear it. So sweet to hear it. So yeah, how'd you guys both feel about that game 1? We're gonna go through the game 1 and game 2 real quick. How'd you guys feel about the game 1?
Yeah, let me go first because all right, we played each other during Swiss, and I got that W because he misplayed. I owed him one.
I think if you guys remember, it was that last turn where I was kind of caught off guard by the play. So I see what he was saying. He was like, there were tips of fate in both the Swiss and then again in the finals. And you love to see a story. You don't necessarily, it's crazy to see a buildup of a bracket where people give each other their only loss only to meet in top cut. And when it happens in the finals, it's just so charged. They know each other's decks. They might know each other's secret decks. And if the games went deep enough, they know how each other tends to play. So it's just a deeper matchup on multiple levels. And we love to see it. We love to see it. How did you feel about that game 1?
It was a close game. When I saw that 7 with Pero, I was like, yes. Misplay for getting the Whitebeard 2
Yep.
game.
Got me a couple times.
Because when he dropped the Flame Emperor, and then like
Yeah,
I was
didn't
like,
want to drop the card in case he healed.
no, I see what you're saying, because like
Or
he
Walker
was like,
came
wait,
out that turn.
Yeah.
I needed to kill the Walker, especially when popped out of that last life. I think he still had. If I swung Newgate, killed a Brule, if another one pops out, I didn't have an answer.
so that was intense. And then going into game 2, how did you guys feel about that one?
I definitely felt the pressure from making that play. Like going straight into it from that is rough. You know, you just do your best, try to bounce back, and gave it all. And Austin's a great player. He came out on top.
It was pretty heat. It was a pretty good final. And then like you at the end.
Top deck, back-to-back 9-drop Whitebeards.
Like, I'm not gonna front. I am first and foremost, like, I'm a TCG player, but I am a One Piece fan, and like that match just embodied like an episode or two that I wish actually happened. Like, if Whitebeard and Big Mom just went at it, and like Katakuri and Ace were showing out at the same time. Like,
that'd be a good one.
There was a point where it was literally just Big Mom and Katakuri and Paraspero, and then the other board it was Marco, Ace, and Whitebeard. And I was like, this matchup is OD. Like, this is just like
absolute heat.
For real. For real. Like, it was actually just something that should have been seen. It's canon. As far as I'm concerned, it's canon. It happened at some point. I don't know what Paraspero's doing. He thinks he's part of the team, but like, I don't know what he's doing.
He's trying his best.
But yeah, like, that was a really, really great run. Everybody did well. It was crazy because Katakuri showed out. Half the top 8 was Katakuri, and I'm sure you had to play your mirror matches again and again and again to get here.
I lost to the mirror in Swiss. And did not lose it to it in top 8.
He said we have made adjustments.
We figured it out.
This is good. This is good. And yeah, like I don't know how many other aces were here. Like,
I saw quite a few. I think a guy finished 9th and had ace, so he was close to breaking in that top cut with another one. I saw quite a few more aces than Whitebeards, and I don't know about the Zoro ratio.
So you kept them. You gatekeeped. You were on the ladder. And you're like, oh no, you don't. You just like kicked them down.
In Swiss, I played 7 with different leaders in 7 rounds. It was interesting.
That feels actually pretty good because most people are just like, if you're not playing red, you can't win. And I'm like, yellow would like to have a word with you. I mean, like, I remember even just starting playtesting for set 3. I was still kind of running more of a set 2 Zoro build, and I dealt like 9 damage to Big Mom and it just stabilized and was like windmilling these cards turn after turn. I'm just like, why aren't you dead? This is strange. And then I'm just looking at like 3 10-drop big moms in a Katakuri, and I'm like, I think I'm dead. That's crazy. So yeah, like I don't know. It's definitely not just Red's format. Red is definitely overtuned, and Red has far too many cards for far too many situations.
I agree.
But it is wild to me that Red with 3 sets, and for some reason the holy grail of cards, that a starter deck in 1 set of yellow cards is contending this well. That is a testament to the power of yellow coming out the box. So I know personally I enjoyed watching this. I had a lot of fun commentating and just seeing how this tournament played out. I'm sure these guys had a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure they're going to have more fun
Support
opening
Mr.
up these
TCG.
boxes. Oh yeah, 100%. Rep the brand. You guys see it in all of my videos. You guys always see the ad. Just straight up. Look, you got the shirt right there. We're all repping it. There are some Mystic TCG shorts, but I'm not about to put that on screen right now.
They kind of
Opportunity
funny,
missed.
though.
They are 2 inches short,
It's
2 inches
summertime.
long
It's
of being
summertime.
Hoochie Daddy.
We outside.
2 inches, we outside. 2 inches shorter, they'd be Hoochie Daddy shorts. So we gotta keep those to a minimum. But it's cool when you have prize boxes and you already have the prize card on top. You're already just smooth sailing. You're just cracking packs to crack packs. So yeah, if you guys have any closing thoughts and you guys want to shout out teams, channels, whatever you want to do, this is the time to do it. So I'm pretty sure Eden's packing up.
I don't have anything. I don't have any channels.
No channels. I want to shout out to my friends Eric and Andrew. They played here today too, and I only won my second match, my top 4 match, because my opponent played Film Kid, and my boy Andrew plays that, and we play literally all the time. So that matchup is like one of my favorite matchups now. I know it very, very well. I know what to do. I only won because I all of the practice.
Hey, no, that's what's up.
Thanks
Film
to my
Kid
guys.
is definitely one of those decks where if you don't know what they're playing and you start gearing up and you mulligan maybe to what normal Kid would be, Film Kid starts doing things completely in the opposite areas of the game.
Yep.
And that is very good that you had the practice to be able to make that adjustment. Meanwhile, you've got Silent Dude with Donut King. It's crazy that Ace won a manga Ace at a
That's
set
right.
3 tournament.
Yeah, that's
At a
right. I
set
didn't
3
think about
tournament.
that.
That's powerful. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys had a lot of fun. Like I said, it's going to be bigger and better next time. Just wait for it. We got about 2.5, 3 months until the next set, and we'll be back with a better setup. Hopefully we see these guys back. You guys are local to the area?
I'm not, but I enjoy coming here for these big tournaments that Mystic TCG puts on.
Yep, and I enjoy being flown out by Mystic TCG to be here for these tournaments. So I'm going to be here too. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. Like I said, make sure you guys support Mystic TCG. I'm going to have the link in the description. It's already in my link tree. Yeah, good stuff. Use the code UNIXTCG, 5% off your sealed orders. There's starter decks you can pre-order set 4. There's so much stuff you can get. And even if you want to play games outside of One Piece, there's a gajillion things you can get. So thank you guys. I will see you guys in the next video. There's going to be a lot to report on, and you guys have a great weekend.